Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spent some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here, holding it down on the midday, 2 to 4, on a wild and woolly Wednesday. Before you do anything else, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please like and subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel. That helps us and helps us stay here for you, because we are here for you. We serve you. We're just trying to help brighten your day. My man Zay, he is a brightener of days. That's what he does. And if you're listening to us on the app, please put this number in your phone, the Circuit of the Americas text line, 512-222-9328. Zay, how you doing, my man?
Not too shabby at all. Appreciate everybody rocking with us today on this Tuesday or Wednesday, getting my days mixed up. That's where I am, but I'm good overall. How you doing?
I'm doing good. So, of course, I've been eager to get your take on the Texas basketball game last night, because I was at baseball, but we had it on, the laptop, and I swear to God, Zay, I thought Texas was trying to lose the game at the end. But they won. So how excited should we be?
I mean, if you're a Texas fan, you should be excited any kind of win. I know there's the Texas haters out there that are praying for Rodney Terry's demise, but last night, hey, like the BG said, you're staying alive. And this team, they played hard. Got to give it to them. I went off on them a little bit yesterday. I had to question Jason Kent and smiling getting on the plane. Tired of seeing the Chick-fil-A in the hand of these guys when they boarded the plane. And they put up an effort that you have to put up this time of the year when you're fighting for your NCAA tournament lives. I respect it. And, yeah, you're right. They were trying to blow the game the last 5 minutes of the second half. They were up 9 at one point, and just way too many turnovers. Now, give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Like I told y'all yesterday, Chris Jantz, Mississippi State head basketball coach, he's a defensive guru. He'll throw different looks at you, different styles, and if you get used to one look during the game, he's going to switch it up on you and see if you could get used to the next look that he throws at you. Texas didn't get used to that. He put out a 2-2-1 OG zone press, and Texas couldn't figure it out. It was weird. When you get 2 10-second violations, that shouldn't happen. I don't care how good of a defensive mind Chris Jantz is. Like, come on, Julian Larry, Trayvon Mark, the guys that are in the game. First off, when you're breaking the press, this is breaking press 101. Always have a guy in the middle. That's one of the first things you learn when you get to that level of learning basketball and you're playing in different leagues where teams might press you. Get your ass in the middle, because that forces one of the defenders to cover that. Then you'll be able to get the ball up the sideline, or if they match up man-to-man, hopefully you have a good enough ball handler where they could just get the ball up the court no matter who's guarding them. But Texas had no one in the middle. So it made life very easy for Mississippi State to get those 10-second violations. Jordan Pope struggled inbounding the ball. Turnover at the end of the game. Kugel gets the layup. We're going into overtime. That's when I was like, oh, well, here we go. This is what this Texas team has shown all year long. For this team not to fold, to look each other in the eye in the huddle and say, yo, we got to win this game. everything's going to the crapper right now. Let's go. And then they end up winning it. That showed some mental toughness. Like, again, RT wasn't perfect last night, but in overtime, pretty damn good. Pressed the right buttons, had the right guys in the game. I think Caden Shedrick was solid. Even though he missed 2 big free throws to end the second half, he was solid. He had a couple of dunks, that nasty putback dunk in the overtime. That block on Kugel before he went and smoked those 2 free throws, which, yeah, if you're Kugel, you're feeling for him because it's 82-83 Texas, and you have a chance to take the lead. He completely smokes both. Texas gets the rebound. Tremont Mark gets the 2 free throws on the other side to increase the lead, but that was a clean block by Caden Shedrick. Like, the refs were a little iffy last night. A little iffy. Even on Texas' side, like, there was a play where Caden Shedrick dove on the floor. I think it was a play before he missed the 2 free throws, and then Josh Hubbard jumped on the ball, and since he was behind him, the ref had a bad angle and called the foul on Josh Herbert. Texas would take it, but that was a bad call. And then the ref assumed that Arthur Kaluma stepped on the line. They had to go and review it and realize, oh, I didn't actually see him stepping on the line. So the refs, like, they were a little suspect last night, but you can't let the refs phase you. Tremont Mark was unbelievable. Maybe he has to come off the bench at this point. Like, maybe that's just his role, because 24 points coming off of injury, 9 of 13 shooting, 4 of 6 from 3. He got it in every which way. And I said on Twitter yesterday, he has to be the Robin, the Trey Johnson's Batman. That's how it has to go. If they want to continue to keep playing, first off, they got to beat Oklahoma and then win a game in the SEC tournament. But if they want to keep playing beyond that, also, Tremont Mark, he has to be the number 2. He has to get going. He has to look for a shot. He has to be aggressive. And a lot of that's based on the offense that Frank Haif and Rodney Terry are throwing out there, which was a lot better yesterday. A lot more movement from Tremont Mark and Trey Johnson to get those guys open looks. Not as much ISO ball that we've seen a lot this season. But, oh, man, Tremont Mark, floaters, layups, European steps, step back, pull up jumpers, catch and shoot threes. Every which way you could get a bucket, Tremont Mark did that. His 24 points was huge. And obviously Trey Johnson, that dude's the man. He's never seen a shot that he didn't like. This step back game is ridiculous. Like, that's what's a big eye opener for these NBA scouts. Like, that dude's ability to just hit shots off the dribble, which is really difficult to do, like, especially from the 3-point line. Like, you got to be a marksman if you could, knock down the 3 with the ball in your hands and be able to take your guy off the bounce. Trey Johnson does it as good as anyone. So, very impressive showing. Let's see if they can take that momentum in the Saturday against the Sooners.
Did I see Tremont Mark handling the ball, handling the point there at the end?
Not necessarily. He played a lot of 2. I mean, the ball was in his hands. I didn't like his last-second shot when, to go into overtime. Trey Johnson needs to touch the ball there. Like, the fact that he didn't even touch it. And again, Tremont Mark, he's hit game winners this year. Trey Johnson hasn't. So maybe that was in his mind. Like, I'm cooking tonight. Let me get a 3 off. Let's see if, I could get a shot off without Trey getting the ball. But you want the ball in Trey's hands first. And then you kind of want it like the A&M game where they double team Trey and make him give it up. And then Trey Johnson gets that layup. But no, they were rolling with Julian Larry and Jordan Pope a lot of that game. Now, I will say they were running plays for Trey Johnson and Tremont Mark. Like, that's different, because usually they're just all running around with their heads cut off out there, it seems like. And then the ball ends up in Trey's hands, and they're like, all right, Trey, go get us a bucket. And even though he has the ability to do that, you don't want that for a full 40 minutes. One of the biggest plays of the game that some people might forget about because it was just, I don't know, randomly in the second half, ball goes to Trey Johnson. He cuts. to the hole. Arthur Kaluma finds him on the back door. They double team Trey. He finds Trayvon Mark for the open three. Like, that was beautiful ball movement. If they could continue to do that, then they could win a couple of games and get in the NCAA tournament. But that's a big if.
Yeah, that's a big if. Well, we've got a very special guest, so let's get to it. He is former quarterback of the Texas Longhorns. He's multi-time state championship coach at Austin Westlake, now at Lovejoy. The one and only Todd Dodge. TD, how you doing?
Doing great, Chip. How you doing, Zay?
Doing good, Coach. Great to have you on.
It's good to be here. Good to be on with you.
Yeah. So, it's been a minute since I've talked to you on a radio show. So everyone probably was a little surprised.
Yeah.
After, going out on top at Westlake, 3 straight state championships. You retired, but you had to get back in the game. So take us through that decision, Coach.
Well, when I retired, there was no grandiose ideas of getting back into it after 2 years. But as I went through those 2 years, I kind of stayed in the industry with a little bit of consulting, a little bit of quarterback training, and then quite a bit of going to watch Riley's teams play up at Southlake about every other week, and then seeing Tony's teams play at Westlake. So kind of Elizabeth and I knew that we were going to be moving back up to the DFW area, whether I coached again or not. It was a matter of time. We loved Horseshoe Bay, but we liked those grandchildren a lot more. And we wanted to be up closer to them. And her sister, Riley, Molly, her mother, it was all going to fit for us to be up there for the rest of our lives. And about the same time that was all starting to be figured out, the Lovejoy job came open. And we had some people put myself and Miss Katie Cordell, our superintendent, here at Lovejoy together. We started probably about mid-January 2024, started having some discussions. I had a couple of interviews with her and her cabinet. And, after that was all over with, I said, man, if y'all will have me, I think this would be a great fit. And I got hired in early February, about a little over a year ago, and just loving where I am. We had a good first year. We played 4 rounds in the playoffs in the first year, so it was good.
Yeah,
well,
Coach.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Coach, just talk about that time off for you a little bit, because you're the ultimate competitor. Heard tons of stories about you during your Westlake days, just how fiery you get. But also, what was that time off like, before you took the Lovejoy job? Was it difficult, or was it perfect to get your juices back into it?
I think it was perfect. And again, I knew that when I got to Westlake that I would be at Westlake for 6 years, and then we added 2 more on after we won the 2019. So, I was very content with my decision at Westlake, and actually announced my retirement before the 2021 season. But the 2 years off were really good. To be honest with you, I guess selfishly a little bit, in 2006, when my staff and I and our team won the 2006 state championship, I really never got to enjoy that three-peat. Never even take 2 weeks to enjoy it, a month to enjoy it, maybe a few months to enjoy it, because I went straight to University of North Texas as the head football coach there. And it was really nice to be able to sit back and enjoy reflecting on our time at Westlake and the 3 state championships, and spending good time with folks that if you don't do that, you never stop to enjoy them. You're on to the next one, hopefully. But the quarterback training is something that I did quite a bit in the hill country. I got the chance to visit with some school boards and help them hire some head coaches, which I really enjoyed. Got to enjoy some time visiting with offensive staffs and helping them, do some install. And so it was a good time.
So, I don't think Todd Dodge takes a job unless he's got himself a quarterback. Tell us about Jacob Janisek.
Yeah.
At Lovejoy.
Well, after being with Jacob when I got here last year about this time, going through, he was a sophomore, going to be a junior. Had some other guys in the room also, so he was going to have to compete, and he did. He won the job. He ended up, this season taking us to the fourth round of the playoffs, was the offensive MVP of our league, a real dual threat guy. This is high praise. But get me, he hadn't gotten there yet, but he kind of reminds me, his style of play reminds me of Sam Ehlinger. And so that just absolute, excuse my French, a tough ass. He really is. He's a tough kid. He's getting ever better as a passer, but he is a very willing runner. And our offense has always been at its best when we had a dual threat quarterback. So he threw for right at 3,000 and about 37 touchdowns as a junior, and he rushed for about 900 this year. So, and we invested 14 starts in him in his junior year. So, and we won 10 games. So, yeah, really excited about Jacob. Jacob's getting he's going to be a college quarterback. He's got a Tulane offer right now. He's got a Stephen F. Austin offer right now. So, it's starting to come about.
Yeah. That's exciting. That's exciting. And I know you've also, like you said, you do the quarterback training. You've done that all along. You've had all kinds of guys in camps, you've worked with everybody, and you've got some quarterback camps coming up.
Yeah. Yeah.
So tell us about that.
Yeah, we'll have two this summer. The one that it is, believe it or not, Chip and Zay, it is the 34th annual. Can you believe that? I mean,
let's go.
Yeah, I got guys coaching for me that weren't even born when I started this camp. And so June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th at Lovejoy High School. And then June 9, 10, 11 at Gregory Portland High School down in the Coastal Bend. So I have two camps this summer. You can go to ToddDodgeFootballCamps.com for any registration. And, we love having a couple quarterbacks from the same school, 4 or 5 receivers. The one thing that you're always going to get at our camp is you're going to get to stay together and get good work together. So, yeah, we're going to be in those two places the early part of June. So thanks for letting me mention that.
Yeah. Again, go to ToddDodgeFootballCamps.com. Tell us some of the quarterbacks who've come through during those 34 years, TD.
Well, of course, you've had Greg McElroy. You've had Chase Daniel. You've had Riley Dodge. You've had a guy named Ricky Lay, who was the OG at South Lake. People don't remember him, but he took us to a semifinal game in his second year. You've had Hudson Card. You've had you've had Cade Klubnik. You've had who's the great one at Hutto that played at UCLA?
Gosh.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
He was my
all-time favorite. And I'll think of his name in a minute, but he was always so impressive because he'd come to camp by himself, and all he ever did was just put the ball on people. He was just unbelievably accurate. So yeah, there's just a whole bunch of them as the years have gone on.
I mean, Cade Klubnik could be the he's going to be in the conversation for the number one quarterback
Mm-hmm.
in college football next year. I thought he was brilliant against Texas and showed that Clemson is going to be a factor
Right.
next year. What, talk about his development, what you're seeing from him, TD. I think you had a playoff game that Riley was coaching. It might have been the state championship the same day as Texas and Clemson. But
Right.
What are you seeing from Cade?
Well, Cade, known Cade, and kind of had him in our program since he was in the 5th grade. He was I think I've told you this before, that he was in my wife's homeroom class when he was in the 5th grade. But I've known the family because his older brother Reed was a great wide receiver for us in our first 2 years at Westlake. Cade is just one of those athletes that's never satisfied. And what a great trait to have as a quarterback, that he's very confident, but he's never thinks he's arrived as far as his development and as far as his production. And so I think that's always going to keep him on edge. His Clemson career has taken a very similar path that his Westlake career did, on a smaller level. We played him a lot as a sophomore. He helped us win a state championship as a junior, and then he took us to back-to-back as a senior. He's the only one in all the 7 state championships of all the great quarterbacks I've had that have actually won back-to-back championships as a starter. This past season, I'm always on him because I'm always telling him, you need to skin it more, meaning you need to take off and put your foot on the ground and roll. And because he's really fast, and people don't sometimes realize how fast he is. I mean, he was he had some 200-meter times, sub 22 200-meter times when he was in high school, and legs on the 4x4, he had some 48 splits, and stuff like that. So he can really run, and I think that's always made his game that more valuable, being as athletic. Now Cade is 6'2.5" and 210 pounds. Now he's not that 180-pound kid that we had in high school, and so I'm really proud of what his last season was. He will never be a guy that'll ever make excuses, and just really proud of him. And it's going to be fun to watch this next year because I think that he's going to do some great things, and I can't wait to see where he may get into in the Heisman talk, and then where he may get playing at the next level.
Yeah, Coach, it's interesting to see his development because he was thrown in the fire from jump. And
Yeah.
I think you get unrealistic expectations when you go to Clemson because people are thinking you're going to be the next Deshaun Watson,
Right.
Trevor Lawrence, guys who have won championships. And in those first 2 years, freshman and sophomore, a little up and down for Cade. But,
Right.
man, when we were preparing for them for the Texas-Clemson matchup in the college football playoff, Chip and I talked about that whole week how dangerous he is.
Right.
And he was putting those balls on the money in that game where the Texas defense, who was really good, they weren't seeing it coming. Talk about just his development for those first 2 years at Clemson to this past season for the Tigers.
Well, once again, sometimes adversity will absolutely ruin a young quarterback. With him, it just kind of stoked the fire. And it didn't allow it to. I think that has a lot to do with his head coach, Dabo Sweeney. I think they're kind of kindred spirits, to be honest with you. And they've done a great job bringing him along. But Cade has always been a guy that's had a really, really he's kind of one of those quarterbacks he's kind of like that old crafty, relief pitcher that come in and get you out a bunch of different ways. He can throw the ball hash mark to sideline. We've seen that happen in high school, but he layers the ball really well. He anticipates throws really well. It was crazy that early in his career at Clemson that people questioned his deep ball, which ultimately they're going to question if it's not productive. But to me, that's one of the best things he ever did is he just threw a beautiful deep ball and turned it over and nose over and could put it on, anybody, whether it was, a guy that ran a 4.5 or a guy that ran a 4.9, he could put the ball on people. So he's getting back to that. You can see his comfort with his receiving core. And he absolutely is. I wish I could have invited people to come watch us practice at times and watch him throw routes versus air, because we had a goal that the ball doesn't hit the ground on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And there was a whole lot of days the ball just didn't hit the ground, and a lot of it had to do with him because he wasn't going to allow the ball to hit the ground, and he took a lot of pride in that on being accurate. And that's the best thing I think you could say about a quarterback is it makes those around him better because of his, first of all, his infectious encouragement. Any of you who've ever been around Cade knows that he is a young man of faith who does not get too high with his high, low with lows. But he'll jazz some people up now. He'll get some people rolling at about 5:30 in the morning with his attitude. And the other thing is he puts ball on people.
Yeah, man, I think it's going to be exciting watching him this year coming up. TD, I always got to ask you about the Longhorns, and of course Quinn Ewers played for your son Riley at South Lake. Your thoughts on Quinn Ewers? It came out right before the combine that he played with the oblique tear, the partial tear. Said he, was only healthy 2 to 3 games last season. Just talk about what you saw from him in his time at Texas and how you think, he'll fare moving forward.
I think that he had a fabulous career at Texas. I think the bar at the University of Texas is going to be really high. But gosh dang, would people love to think that, we won another national championship, obviously, but when's the last time that the University of Texas was in the Final Four? We had done it 2 years in a row, and he was the quarterback to do it. Quinn has had that oblique problem when he was in high school also. He missed some time as a sophomore in Riley's offense. Not a sophomore, junior year, actually the year that we played, Riley and I played each other in the state championship game. Quinn missed about 6 games that season with that same injury. And, I think from a business standpoint, when you at some point you have to let people know that you were playing less than 100%. And I think it's in your best interest. But I will say this: I never heard him talk about it a lot during the season at the University of Texas, whether it was his ankle or his oblique. Didn't make. I think so. I think the kid, understands the difference between pain and injury. And I think when you go into the NFL, you better understand that. But I saw him throw in the combine the other day. He looked really good. And Riley and Quinn have a great relationship. I've gotten to know Quinn and his family just through being the father of his head coach, and then also, being a guy that loves the Longhorns. Just really proud of him, proud to say that he played, for the University of Texas. And I think he needs to be remembered as one of the all-time greats. I mean, when you talk about production, Quinn Ewers had a lot of production in wins and losses. He just, sometimes someone like myself is sometimes the only ones that can understand how in the hell can you not be, appreciated more than you were? Well, human nature has someone that's got a name that is going to be fabulous for us coming behind him. And our fans always are wanting the next new shiny toy. And I think Quinn was the shiny toy at one time. And he, and if you're ever going to play quarterback at any high profile place in this country, you better understand that if you're the number 2, you may be the shiny toy, but you also may be the guy they want to kick to the curb later on. And so I think he understood all that. And now I'm like everybody else. It's time to see Arch Manning. and I think it's happened in the right time. I think the University of Texas is fortunate that they have that family, is one that understands the value of development and the value of sitting behind a veteran and learning from, I think, arguably the best, or maybe not arguably, but the best play caller and quarterback guy in the nation right now, and that's Steve Sarkisian. And now having 2 years to do your thing. And so as a former player, I'm fired up.
Yeah, Coach, another player I know you're proud of is Michael Taft. I mean, absolute fan favorite. You go from walk-on to All-American safety. I know all Texas fans are happy that he's coming back for another year here in 2025. Talk about how proud you are of him and just what you've seen during his college career.
You know, it really doesn't surprise me, to be honest with you. I always knew that he was going to get big enough to play the game of football at a very high level. The thing about Mookie is that back when we had him when he was in 7th grade, he was a really good little football player, really good little athlete. He wasn't very big, you know. So he was on, you know, the old story. He was on the B team as a, 7th grader. He was on the B team as an 8th grader because really wasn't very big yet. You know, he was having a hard time being productive because he just wasn't as big as some of the other guys. Well, you know, he's not a huge guy right now, but I mean, he's 6 foot and he's 190 pound, safety, and tough as all get out and smart as all get out, and loyal, and a guy that's got a little shit in his neck because he bet on himself. You know, it either would have been a 1AA, it'd have been an Ivy League school, or it'd have been preferred walk on at several places, and he bet on himself and went to University of Texas, and within 12 to 18 months was on scholarship. And so I selfishly, I love him from family. He is a great story for a high school football coach to tell that's building a football program. And you could tell the 7th grade parents, when they get all bent out of shape at the first part of 7th grade football season or 8th grade football season or 9th grade football season, when their kid doesn't make the A team, and they think, because all mamas always like to go to the store and brag that their kid made the A team, whether he's any good or not. But they like they like to say, "Oh, my boy made the A team." Well, Mookie's an All-American now. Mookie wasn't on the A team for a while, and so for us, it's a deal where you're able to tell that story, that it's all comes in time, and so what a great ambassador for anybody that's been involved. He's a great ambassador for Westlake High School. He's a great ambassador for the University of Texas. He's going to be a great ambassador for Austin, Texas. And so, yeah, obviously I love him and so proud of him. He was, a lot of people don't remember, but he was our Travis Hunter on a smaller scale when he was a senior in high school. He played the last 3 district games and all 6 play. He played like 9 games at our Z receiver, probably 25 to 30 snaps a game. And, against North Shore in his senior year, he caught the post route that put us in position to win that game. And he also caught a jailbreak screen earlier in that game to score a touchdown to help us win that game. But he caught several balls in the state championship game and big catches all through the playoffs. So he was a very, very good football player and still is. Okay, so this question comes in, TD. Where did the name Mookie originate for Michael Taft? I don't know. You'd have to ask someone in the family. All I know is his older brother Philip Taft was Sam Allinger's backup. When Sam was his sophomore, Philip Taft was a senior backup, and so I got to know the Taft family immediately on getting to Westlake. Mom, Dad, Mookie, their beautiful little sister, all of them. But they always call him Mookie, and I thought that, so I called him Mookie. So I don't know exactly where it came from. I remember talking to you when Sam Ellinger got married out in Colorado or something, and Taft flew in, and he had just hosted Arch Manning on his official visit, and you said, Mookie?
if he doesn't come to Texas, everyone's going to blame you.
So that would, no doubt, Chip. I had that conversation with him. I said, if you don't get him, you're going to be a bum in Austin, because everybody knows they've already pretty much said all over the media and all over everything that you were the host. Everybody knows he was your boy. When you hosted him, and
So
and I mean, I'll tell you what, I don't care how far it goes back. If you hosted someone that they really, really wanted and y'all didn't get them, you got blamed for it. They had to blame somebody. And I also told him, I said, but if y'all get him, man, you'll never buy a dinner for yourself in the city of Austin as long as you live if you get Arch Manning. And of course, that was before Mookie had established himself.
that's right.
He can get a steak. He can get a steak on his own dime now, on the way he's played. So that was a fun conversation we had.
Could you see him being a coach when it's all said and done for his own football career?
No doubt.
Yeah.
If he chose to do that, he would make a fabulous coach. So smart, multiple. Another thing that I think is a very impressive. It's not necessarily a stat, but an accomplishment of Michael is he was the 2-time defensive player of the game in the state championship game, his junior and his senior year, 1 year at corner and the next year at safety at 2 different positions. Also, while playing wide receiver in the second time. So, he's very smart. I can remember the summer before his junior year, he was definitely going to be a varsity player. We were at 7-on-7, and he was playing corner, and we were playing Arlington Lamar, and they had a big old 6'4" wide receiver. I'll be honest with you, Mookie, in that last game that we played, he got mossed quite a bit, and it wasn't good. And I remember calling Tony on the way back. I said, T, man, I said, I've got, we're pretty deep at wide receiver. If you need some help over. He goes, no, he'll be all right. He'll be all right. And, you go through that. But he was one of those, you talk about the perfect defensive back or cornerback mentality, is that he had a very short memory, because he came back, 3 weeks later, we're starting, training camp. And he'd go against Jaden Greathouse every day. You talk about 2 guys that made each other really, really good, was Mookie Taft and Jaden Greathouse. You talk about the battles on those 2.
Man,
Well, and Greathouse made himself some money playing for Notre Dame this year.
Yep.
TD, we're talking to Todd Dodge, high school coaching legend, 7 state championships. Now at Lovejoy, and he's got his quarterback camps coming up in June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in right there at Lovejoy in the Dallas area. Todd Dodge footballcamps.com for the information. But TD, you got so many former Westlake guys on the Texas roster. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Ethan Burke and Colton Vasic.
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts on those 2 guys? Because I loved Ethan Burke's production as a sophomore, and then they bring in Trey Moore, who I thought took a long time to get going. He finally got going, but it seems like Ethan Burke, every time he gets in the game, he makes a play.
Ethan and Colton, I hopefully I didn't let a day go by my last year coaching at Westlake to tell both of those, I'm sure glad y'all are on my team, because I had to go through spring ball as an offensive guy and as a play caller with those 2 on the edge was just a nightmare. And so what a blessing for us to have them together. I got to see both of them this past football season. I was invited to be on the field before the game of the Texas-Kentucky game. And so I went down and watched pregame. And, of course, the last time I saw those 2 together, they were one of them 6'7", Burke, and one of them 6'6", Vasic. But they were 220 pounds at the time each. These suckers are 260, 275-pound grown men. And I'm really excited to watch them play. Ethan, well documented what a great lacrosse player he was. So he was always somebody who was just kind of a freak as far as how athletic he was and how big he was and long. And then Colton is very, very athletic. And, Colton's dad coached him. Brian Vossick coached him, his defensive line coach at Westlake. And Brian is as good as there is in the business and was a really good player at Texas back in his day. But Colton is such a technician, along with it's I told people all the time if you win 7 state championships, you better have good players. People always ask, what's the key to winning state championships? Better have good players. Don't get it twisted. Now a coach can make sure we get all those good players on the bus and get all those players headed in the right way and all those players having a good culture together, because there's been a lot of really good teams and good looking football teams that haven't won state championships. So, but that 2021 team, the last one, with those, especially like just those two alone, let's don't screw this thing up. Let's make sure that when we've got one that should win a state championship, that we finish the deal. And that was a lot of fun with that one. And I think they combined for, like, in the state championship game, 2021, they combined for like 7 sacks in that game.
Well, the 2 interceptions that Taft had were because of the pass rush of Ethan Burke, right?
No doubt. And Ethan Burke, a lot of people don't remember. Ethan, that was 2020. That was a game against Southlake. Ethan did not play a bunch that season. Drove me crazy. I was always so afraid he was going to get hurt playing lacrosse during summertime. Sure enough, he broke his collarbone right before our first game. I mean, not right before, but before we came to training camp. And so he missed like the first 6 or 7 games. He didn't start playing until late in the regular season, and then he really came on in the playoffs. But if you put on the video of him against North Shore and against South Lake Carroll, the last 2 games of his junior year, wow, that's where he earned most of his attention from colleges at that time, and then it just continued, But about mid-season, his senior year, I mean, he blew up. And
I thought it was interesting. His dad, who of course is the lacrosse coach at Westlake,
yep,
and played professional lacrosse, and then the Maryland coach, Ethan Burke, is committed to Maryland, who's a lacrosse powerhouse, and that coach said, listen, I can't give him a full ride.
No,
he can get a full ride in football. I'll let you out of this letter. And I think Zach, his dad, was like, oh, wow. Okay. It was like
no, Zach was, they moved him from San Diego. Zach was a college football player also, really, I think it's San Diego State. But I mean, when they moved here, I mean, he was 6'3" as a freshman and probably weighed about 165 pounds. And we put him on the defensive line, and he just absolutely wreaked havoc, and then he kept getting taller and taller and bigger and just faster off the edge. And, but no, Michigan was really the first one. And he went up there for the Michigan-Ohio State game, and he came back and said, I'm committing. I said, good for you. And then not too long, the Horns came into play, and then I'll never forget it. He asked me, I said, well, do you see yourself living in the state of Texas the rest of your life? He said, I really like Texas. I said, I didn't know you being a California guy. I said, if you like Texas and you think you may be living in this state, it may do you a good idea to go to the University of Texas. So that was my 2 cents.
Yeah, clearly worked out. Coach, talk to us a little bit about Connor Robinson, because this is a guy that's been very patient. You got guys like Jake Majors and Hayden Connor in front of you. We know he got thrown into the fire in Red River a couple of years ago, and he held his own. It's just Jake Majors, all that experience. It was tough to overcome. Talk about Connor Robinson and what you expect for him for the rest of his Texas career.
I expect for him to step up and have the same type of production that Jake Majors has had. Jake got thrown to the wolves way early. I mean, he played so many games. He may have set a record for offensive line starts. But, we think about these kids coming out of high school, and we think about how humongous they are. And of course they're big dudes, but you look at Jake and you look at Connor next to some of those other dudes that they got playing tackle and stuff like that. They're not as tall as they are. So I think, I think that that Connor can have the same type of production because there's those intangibles that Jake had, that toughness, that intelligence that, had him for 2 years. And he is one tough sucker. I mean, he understands. We try to teach our kids the schizophrenic nature of football, meaning, on the field, you're the ultra competitor. You step off the field into the hallways, into the community, and you're the ultimate, good kid, gentleman. I don't know that I've ever had one that has portrayed that as good as Connor Robertson. What a tremendous human being he is. And he's one that in the 2 years that I coached him, we played 30 games. There was a couple that he missed, but he pretty much started 30 games and was 30-0, during his time at Westlake. But he is one that really understands the difference between pain and injury. I mean, if he can play, he gonna play, and I think that's so key as he continues through his career.
Todd Dodge, now the head coach at Lovejoy. He's got the Todd Dodge 34th annual Todd Dodge quarterback camp, Todd Dodge footballcamps.com, happening June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Go to todddodgefootballcamps.com to get all the information. He helped groom Greg McElroy, Chase Daniel, Hudson Card, Cade Klubnik. Of course, he coached Sam Ellinger. And we got a question here asking how the Ellinger family is doing. Sam, he's there with the Colts. I think that organization is completely dysfunctional because of their ownership. But, hey, he's in the league, TD.
No doubt. He is in the league, and he is in a great position of mentorship for Anthony Richardson. They've got a great bond there. The league opened it up to carry 3 quarterbacks. I think it was 2 years ago, without it counting against the 53 or 57, whatever it is. And there is a place for Sam. There. And I think as long as they continue to see that value, he's going to stay around the league. He never wanted to hear when he first got in it that hey, I hope that you'll have as much longevity as Chase Daniel did. He said, Coach, I'm going to start. I go, hell yeah, you're going to start someday. We all want to. That's the same thing that Chase said through the years. In a lot of places he would have, in his career. But Chase Daniel told me something one time that I think is so true, and I tried to pass on to Sam, is you can't put a premium on the guy who's a starter in NFL teams, who is an established starter, who the franchise loves. They love their starter. They want their starter to be happy, on how much say-so he has on who his backup is. And I never thought of it like that. I thought, shit, it's such a business. But they really, and so Chase Daniel stayed in the league for 15 years on being a guy that protected his guy, that took care of his guy, that wasn't just outwardly always, in the community or in the press, bitching and moaning about he ought to be the player, that kind of stuff. So, Sam's understanding that now, and I think wherever he goes, whether it stays with the Colts or wherever he goes, I think he's got tremendous value, because he got thrown to the Wolves his first year. So he's got some starts. And I'll say this about him, you can only control what you can control. And I know this, Sam gets his reps in preseason. Okay. Well, he's torn up the damn preseason, so he's got good tape on himself around the league. And so, but he's good. He's happy. Jenna's awesome. The last time we talked to her, the golden child is Morgan, as I call her, I think she's doing good. and then of course Jenna's traveling around speaking on the dangers of fentanyl.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: Chase Daniel made $41 million in his NFL career. Colt McCoy made $24 million. And they came out at about the same time. They competed against each other. Chase Daniel, he played those cards right because he was in the right spot at the right time, and good for him to pass along that information about the starter having say over who the backup is and playing that card.
Yep.
Okay, we've got this question. I don't even know, but Gene B says, Todd, how can I get a 1984 pick from the Cotton Bowl you took with my dad signed? Hook 'em. You'll always be one of our faves.
Well, you can look up Lovejoy High School just online and send that picture.
FedEx.
Lovejoy High School, FedEx it, and I will sign it and send some return stuff with it, and I'll sign it and send it back to you.
That's awesome.
Let's go, Gene B.
Gene, that's big time.
I know, TD, you probably got to go, but Zay, you got one more?
I do, Coach. Talk to us about early enrollee, your former wide receiver, Dalen McCutcheon, and what he brings to the table, how it was coaching him, and what was that process with Steve Sarkisian during recruiting?
I loved my 6 months with Day. It's really interesting. The day I got the job, February 4th, 2024 was my first day on the job. I met Dalen McCutcheon about midday. There were 3 head coaches that were here that I saw before I ever met Dalen. All right. It was the head coach from Florida State, the head coach from USC, and then Ryan Day from Ohio State. Ryan Day, I got to know him because he recruited, our school when he was the coordinator. But anyway, he introduced me. So the head coach at Ohio State introduced me to my star wide receiver because I'd just gotten there. And I'm thinking to myself, man, this guy could be a real headache. He's already got like 25 offers. And, I'm just coming in and, and a guy like that can be a real asset to a new head coach, or he can kind of be a pain in the tail because he thinks he knows everything. And I'm going to tell you what, Dalen McCutcheon is for a high school player. I don't know that I've ever had one any better, that when he enters the field on a practice is prepares professionally like anybody you've ever seen as a 17-year-old kid. I'm talking about going on the practice field and starting to work his craft. As far as preparing himself for practice, he was extremely dynamic for them. At Lovejoy before we got here, he was a 90 catch guy this year for us. He is, I tell you what, he's an unselfish kid. He's really good with the ball after the catch. He is only going to get better. The thing about him is his ceiling is so high because he's going to put some real good weight on that nice frame of his. He's listed at 5'11", but he's bigger than that. He's every bit of 6 foot, but he looks taller than that because he's so long. I'm just huge fan of his. Love him, proud of him. And really, I appreciate him, and I told him a whole lot during this year. I appreciate you for, you buying into what I was trying to sell in my early time.
Is he a burner, TD, or a great route runner? How would you describe him?
Route runner, good after the catch, sneaky fast. He's not a guy that, he ran track for us last year. He's not a guy that's he wasn't in the top, the top 5 in the 200 meter, which is his race. Kick returner, punt returner, dynamic at our level. And I think it's only going to get better. Just a real versatile guy. I'm sure that they're going to want to probably play him inside. He played inside and outside. His stock position for us was our A. which is our slot. I moved him around a lot. He definitely very, very high football IQ. Coach Sarkisian, through the process, I'll say this, all the people who recruited him, I really appreciated Coach Sarkisian because he's the one, instead of having everybody else reach out about the kid, he reached out. And I think ultimately Coach Sarkisian got to meet him and really wanted to coach him. He'll be a huge asset to the University of Texas football program.
That's awesome. Hey, it's the Todd Dodge football camp, the 34th annual.
Yes, sir.
It's happening at Lovejoy, and then it's also happening at Gregory
Portland High School. Yeah, down in the Coastal Bend. I've had one. We didn't last summer, but before that, for 5 years in a row, we go down to Brent Davis, the head coach at Gregory Portland, which is just right outside of Corpus Christi. It's a lot of fun through the years. Kids from the Houston area, the Dallas area, the Austin area, San Antonio, they'll bring. That's the one they kind of turn into a little bit of a team camp because we camp in the morning and they go to the beach in the afternoon. They go play golf, whatever they do. But it's kind of a team bonding deal. And we host it. Gregory Portland has been a great place for us to have a camp. And they also just built probably the biggest indoor workout facility in the entire state of Texas. It is like 120 yards long. It's unbelievable. So
Wow.
We'll hopefully get to use that facility some too.
Well, go to ToddDodgeFootballCamps.com. And TD, we got to do this again, man. We could talk to you all day.
For sure.
I love your story. My favorite story you've ever told me was when you got hit in the 84 Red River game and you're under the bench because it's so wet, you're sliding. And there's Barry Switzer smoking a heater, right?
Yep.
And wearing his Beat Texas hat.
Yep.
And says, "Hey, TD, how you doing?"
I've been better, Coach. He helped me up and sent me on my way. Everybody else on the OU sideline was giving me a little kick in the ribs and that kind of. Coach Switzer was nice enough to help me up, but I had to know after the game was over with the great safety Keith Stanberry from Mount Pleasant, Texas. I said, "Keith, I got to know." I said, "Was he smoking a cigarette on the sideline?" He goes, "Oh yeah." He goes, "When games get tight, he'll fire one up, and you'll see him down there. He'll be leaned over and he'll be like this, and he thinks nobody else sees him, but we all know he was firing one up."
Oh my God, so good!
What a time!
Yeah, we'll do it some more, Chip. Zay, it's good having visiting with y'all. I appreciate it, and yeah, y'all call anytime. I'd love to talk with y'all.
Thank
Always
you, Coach.
enjoy it, Coach. Thanks so much. The great Todd Dodge, 7-time state championship coach, former Longhorn quarterback, and quarterback guru. I mean, Sam Ellinger, Cade Klubnik, Chase Daniel, Greg McElroy. The guy has worked with all of those quarterbacks, and always great to touch base with TD. And my gosh, the fact that he's got so many former players still on the Longhorn roster, and now he's got one from Lovejoy.
Yeah.
Great call, Zay. Very heads up to ask about Day McCutcheon.
Yo, Day, that's a dope name. Like,
we need him to move up the two deep so we can get Day on the field. You know what I mean?
Really though, everybody's thinking about Jamie French and Khalid Lockett, Dayla McCutcheon, especially with the coaching that he's had from Coach Dodge. Don't sleep on him.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on him. He might have to be patient like some of these other guys coming in as freshmen. But again, he was coached the right way. You know that. So I'm sure that's a big reason why Steve Sarkisian was intrigued and likes to get guys that have good football IQs because of their head coach in high school has really good football IQs. And yeah, Dayla McCutcheon. Yeah, I like what I heard from Coach Dodge there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you're right. I mean, look, everyone was talking about, Jonte Cook and not many people were talking about DeAndre Moore.
Mm-hmm.
And now DeAndre Moore is a guy who Texas is really leaning on, counting on, leader, productive. And look, Michael Taff is the perfect example of a guy who you're like, oh, that's such a nice little story. Local kid comes to Texas. Now the guy's an All-American. And, you know, he did the Third and Longhorns podcast. And he talked about how he was dead set, just like we had talked about here, Zay, you and I, that he wanted to win the national championship so bad and turn pro. That's what he wanted. But, and there, you know, and he said on there with, you know, Nick Shuley and all the guys on the Third and Longhorn podcast that with 2 minutes left to go against Ohio State, he was like, I knew we were going to win. And then it didn't happen. And that's when you saw him just, you know, getting emotional in the tunnel after the game, because he had a vision of how he wanted it to go. It didn't. And his love for Texas and his determination to try to help Texas win a national championship is why he's coming back in 2025. And he is also trying to get Lamborghini Austin to let him hang on to that car one more year, because as part of his NIL agreement, it was time to turn it in after last season. So
did Coach say Mookie Taft has shit in his neck? What was that saying? What did he say?
So that's
I ain't heard that one before.
Yeah, that's a guy who's just like a dog with a bone, you know.
Well, I know what it means, but I've never heard it before.
Yeah.
He
got some shit in his neck. Tough.
Shit in his neck. Yo, that's one of them ones right there. Like, I like that. I'm gonna start using that. But
boy's got some shizzle in his neck. Oh man.
Yeah. Hey, don't sleep on Connor Robinson either. I mean,
you're saying Connor Robertson, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Don't sleep on Connor Robinson. I just feel like that dude, he could surprise us.
Yeah.
He really can. There's a lot of guys in that room. Kyle Flood has a hell of a job to do, him and Steve Sarkisian, to figure out which five you're going to put out there in Columbus. But we saw the rotation, you know, this season with DJ Campbell and, gosh darn it, name's escaping me at the moment.
Cole Hudson.
Well, yeah, Cole Hudson. Yeah, we saw that rotation. So they're not against subbing guys in and out based on the situation and who has the hot hand.
Yeah.
So we could see multiple guys, you know, 7 or 8 offensive linemen rotating based on who you could trust. And again, who has the hot hand in whatever game they play. And I think Connor Robinson, depending on him having a good camp and OTAs and stuff, he could be one of them dudes.
Well, that is one of the biggest position battles of the spring, without a doubt, because Jake Majors for 5 years, 57 starts. And now you're looking at Connor Robertson, Cole Hudson, and Daniel Cruz, who's probably the guy, you know, ultimately. The question is he there now? Because you look at his body, as my man Bob Shipley used to say, he's got an NFL ass. Which is
Bob was wilding on that one.
Wide, you know, he's a wide body. It's not some little,
hey, yo,
you know, got them tree trunks for legs, got that wide booty, that NFL ass.
He got NFL ass. Like,
hey.
Yeah, you see that?
You got to have that NFL ass if you want to be a center. And so that's going to be a hot one. That's a hot position battle.
I like it. We need that, man. We need that. Scratching and clawing. Get that spot. That's good. That's good, competitive, healthy competition. Like, that's what you need. You know?
Yeah.
That's a lot of experience that's going off to the NFL, man.
A lot.
You know, like, we got Ohio State game 1. Like, it ain't who earns it? Who wants it more? Like, yeah, let's get after it, because them boys in the interior for the defense, they fighting for spots too.
Oh, yeah.
So the one-on-ones, those battles within the battle, and plus we got to protect Arch Manning. Like, that's the biggest thing. Arch Manning can't be going back there getting clobbered every time he takes a snap. That won't be a good look for nobody. I don't care how elusive and athletic he is. This is the SEC. You're going to get got if your blocking ain't up to par. So, yeah, this is Kyle Flood. You earning all that money, all that bonus and stuff that you just got. You earning every single penny of it, because this ain't just no normal quarterback you got back there. This is Arch Manning. Uber, Red Bull, this Arch Manning.
Uber Waymo.
Yeah, Waymo.
Yeah, calves, hams, and ass. That's right, CB. If you're an explosive athlete, you better have some calves, hams, and ass. Now, if you're a center, you need an NFL ass, which is a wide body. But if you're explosive, running back, receiver, hell, I even use that term for Layla Philia.
Yeah, I don't think you should be doing that.
You got calves, hams, and ass. I'm just telling you.
I think it works.
I'm not trying to be creepy. I'm just telling you.
I know you're not.
I know. She's put together. I can't wait to see her play next year.
Yeah.
I hope it all works out. I don't know what her NIL deal is. I don't know if it was for 1 year or 2 years. Does it include a medical red shirt clause? Does she have to come back for the money she's already got? I don't know, but I hope she's back next year so that we can see her in her Layla Philia-ness.
Yeah.
Because that's a big deal, Zay, that this women's team is 29-2, 15-1, and they did it without Layla Philia, and really the second half of the conference season without Aaliyah Moore.
For sure. Mm-hmm.
Those are really primetime players who can totally affect a game. And look, this Texas women's team doesn't shoot it that great from outside. It's
at all.
So you gotta find different ways to score.
That's what scares me the most. Now we're in March, but as the postseason comes up, SEC tournament, March Madness, will they face a team that's just hot that one night, and the lack of threes that Texas hits, or will that get them? The child winning Tonda, we gotta give her more credit.
Yeah,
that girl,
Jackalenga.
Like, long as she makes it to practice on time, don't get in that doghouse. Make it to practice on time. That's all. It's again. This is University of Texas. There's a lot that could get in your way from. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. Vic ain't. That's why she came off the bench that game. But yeah, I'm with it. Like, she's been playing her ass off. She's been solid. She deserves more credit. Shay Holly's starting to come along. Our boy Garrett doing the right thing. Garrett coming home with flowers, coming home with dinner and stuff like that. So Shay ain't got to worry. Shay can just focus on hoops. You know what I'm saying? That's your job right now, Garrett. In the morning, you running routes. You working on your game. Because I saw Garrett Wilson apparently wants $30 million a year. Garrett Wilson telling the New York Jets, $30 million a year.
He wants Amon-Ra St. Brown money?
Yeah, he wants around $30 million a year. So Okay, Garrett, we get you, but also your role right now, you ain't doing nothing besides working out and training for the upcoming season. Make sure Shay Holly, everything is right when she gets home. Laundry, you're doing that. You're cleaning the kitchen. You got the food prepared. Don't make that girl make anything for you. This ain't the time. We trying to win a national championship here. She should not be cooking a damn thing. That's all you, Garrett. And I'm not saying you got to cook, bruh. Again, you go out, get that takeout, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Favor, whatever, but it's your responsibility to make sure dinner's right, not hers. She shouldn't have to lift a finger. All she should be worried about is the next game. That's it. They're winning a national championship.
All right, so whose Instagram are you stalking to see what's going on? His or hers?
Oh, a little bit of both. They real private still though. You don't see many. You've seen like a couple of pictures. You see their dogs. Like I've seen Garrett take both dogs out on a walk in the picture. You know what I'm saying? Where Shay's not in it, but they're still very private about it.
Okay.
Probably the only ones talking about it is you and I. You know,
right? Because I got you.
That's right. You know, I'm going to find
First
out.
Hilton.
You know, I'm going to find out. Garrett was at the South Carolina game. He was at the Mood. So, you know, thanks. That's what I'm saying. We need Shay Holly locked in at all times. I don't know nothing about this, CB.
Yeah, CB's asking Jose, are KD and Angel Reese dating?
I don't know.
Jose says he don't know nothing about that.
Because KD called Angel Reese one of his favorite players. So now people are being messy. Now people are being messy.
Whatever happened to that note? Whatever happened to my girl Skylar Diggins? That's who KD needs to be dating.
She is married with children.
Like
her name's Skylar Diggins Smith now. That's how married she is.
What about Candace Parker?
Candace Parker is a switch hitter.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that. But
nothing wrong with that.
She left Sheldon Williams, had a kid with him, former Duke, All-American Sheldon Williams. They have a kid together, and now Candace is with homegirl. I don't know her name.
Okay. All right.
And she's out the game, too. She's retired. So
that's all right.
Yeah. KD, you see KD slap Mike Budenholzer's hand yesterday? You see that? Mike Budenholzer tried to stop KD to tell him something. KD said, "Get your hands off me, coach. Who do you think you are? I got 2 rings. You got 1."
Was it like the LeBron chest bump with Eric Spoelstra?
It was
not even a chest bump. It was like a show. Both of them.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah, that
shoulders collide.
Yeah, this one was a lot worse. This one looked bad. They won the game. They end up beating the Clippers yesterday, coming back. And again, I hate watching the Suns play. KD looks like he's the only one that cares. Book cares. Devin Booker cares, but it's not working.
How about our man Patrick Davis the other day saying that KD was the rotten apple? I'm not buying that.
I ain't buying that either. Patrick, love Patrick. Great sports mind. Glad he's on the team here. Texas Sports Unfiltered. I don't see that.
I thought KD put it all on the line to go to Brooklyn with Kyrie. Like, I didn't like that from the beginning because I was like, what are you doing? Kyrie's a mess. Like, he had his shining moment in Cleveland, and then he went to Boston, and he was all, I don't like this. I didn't know where his head was. And then for him and Kyrie to, get together in Brooklyn, and then Kyrie's doing all kinds of weird stuff.
It would have worked if Kyrie didn't get injured. You go back to that series against Milwaukee. That's the same year Milwaukee won a championship, and Kevin Durant, size 16, stepped on the line for that game-winning shot. But Kyrie got hurt in that series, and that completely changed the series. He was out for the rest of it. James Harden got hurt earlier in that season. So we'll never know what that team would have been if they didn't have the injuries that they had. But yeah, Kyrie, he's had his bad moments. And for Dallas, I thought, which I feel for him because he just tore his ACL, but he's had the right mindset ever since he came to Texas.
And I was surprised.
Yeah.
I didn't like that either. I didn't like it when Dallas, what they give up to get him.
Basically, Jalen Brunson in a way. Like, yeah.
That's all.
It's backfiring still because Kyrie got hurt, and all they had to do was pay Jalen Brunson $55 million. It's a lot, but
it's not Tristan Thompson money.
Yeah, it ain't Tristan Thompson money. Tristan Thompson, he's the vet now. Can you believe that? For the Cleveland Cavaliers, Tristan Thompson is the vet that's
for the number one team in the East.
The role model. You know what I'm saying? Which he knows. Like, Tristan Thompson knows. The dude's been a Kardashian. Like, he'll always be, attached to that family because of his son and daughter. Yeah, he got a kid with Chloe. Oh, true. Yeah, who probably gonna be at least 6'5". I don't know, what is that, 2038, something like that. I don't know how old she is, but True gonna be like 6'5". I don't know if Vic Schaefer will still be here coaching for Texas, but look at that, because Chloe, she about 6 foot something. Like, yeah, Tristan Thompson, he's still crazy though. I saw him losing on someone the other night, and they had to break it up. Both teams, both benches cleared. But, yeah, Tristan Thompson still in the NBA, now being that role model veteran for the number one team in the league, or in the East at least. Good for Tristan.
Speaking of crazy, how about former Longhorn turned Maverick? Not
Kai Jones. Yeah.
Like, he's kind of
speaking of crazy.
Well, you said he was crazy, but maybe he's turned things around.
I don't think I ever said he was crazy. I might have said he needs help at one point.
Needs help.
He needs help. I didn't say he was crazy.
Or something.
Put that on me. Don't put that on me. Yes, there was at one point.
You said he was acting off. Abnormally?
Yes, he was acting off. Like, okay. Kai, and I think he got help. I think he got professional help. I think he lost someone in his family, his grandmother, somebody really close to him, and you just never know when you lose.
Are you just making this up, or do you?
I'm not. I'm not making this up. I don't know who it is, but he's lost someone in his family. Yeah.
Okay.
And yes, Kai Jones now playing for the Mavericks. Just stick around, bro. Like, these Texas centers. Jackson Hayes looks great with Luka and Bron. Jackson Hayes, which Jackson Hayes has had some issues off the court. I'm not going to discuss that. Y'all go look it up. It's not the best, but he's playing. Look at the positive here. Jackson Hayes in a really good spot right now because all he has to do is roll.
Right.
Pick and roll. Very basic. Roll.
And he's athletic. He can make some plays, got some bounce.
Yeah, jump towards the rim. LeBron and Luka gonna find you. All the attention on them.
Poor man's AD. No, but he's got to help fill that role. Yeah, he's got to play his part.
That's right. Like, and it's easy. Like, nobody's saying you have to be AD at all because AD had way more responsibility on the offensive end. All you have to do, Jackson Hayes, is roll to the basket and keep your hands up and ready. That's it. Very basic. Luka is going to find you. LeBron is going to find you. I was watching them last night. He had about 6 dunks. as easy as it gets, just being close to the rim. And Luka's looking all in the crowd and stuff, throwing it this way. LeBron's looking down, and all of a sudden he just throws it up. Like, those two guys together, it's starting to get scary.
Okay, if I give you a second chance from your Suns over Celtics pick,
A second chance.
I have the Celtics over the Nuggets in 7. Who would you pick right now?
Instead of Phoenix?
Yeah. Who you think's gonna be, or do you want some time to think about it?
No. It's either gonna be the Lakers or the Warriors. Warriors have won 10 straight since the Jimmy Butler trade, or they're 9-1 since the Jimmy Butler trade.
Wow.
Yeah. They're starting to figure it out too. Steph had 56 the other night. He's starting to get in that Steph Curry mode. Draymond and Jimmy could cancel each other out on the crazy.
Like,
they both can't be crazy.
Jimmy didn't work out in Philly.
No.
Whose fault was that?
Ben Simmons.
Okay. Because people were trying to blame Jimmy Buckets, and then he goes off to Miami, and it's like,
yeah,
I don't think he was the problem.
Nope. The problem was Ben Simmons and Philly thinking that Ben Simmons was the better player out of Jimmy and had needed more responsibility than Jimmy. That was the problem. Like, Ben Simmons, look where he is now. Look where Jimmy Butler is. Like, that's clear as day. Minnesota made the same mistake. Like, believing in Wiggins and Karl Anthony Towns. What are we doing? Jimmy Butler, he's the best player here. Like, come on. I get it. You drafted these guys. You got Andrew Wiggins in that trade, stuff like that for Kevin Love, but nah, come on. This is Jimmy Buckets here, especially then. Like those years ago, like Jimmy's aged a little bit, and Jimmy, he loves his role now. Like now he could do a little bit of everything. Like Jimmy doesn't want to be a scorer. He can be if need be, but that's not his game. He wants to do a little bit of everything, and he does a little bit of everything better than a big percentage of the association. So now he could guard the best player. Now he could rebound. Now he could be a distributor, and then pick his spots when to score if Steph Curry's getting all the attention like he normally does.
So you got the Warriors or the Lakers. The Warriors right now would be the 6th seed. The Lakers right now would be the 2 seed behind Oklahoma City. What about in the East?
Yeah, it's just so hard to go against the Celtics. Like, they're chilling right now. I don't think they feel like they have anything to prove by being a number 2 seed. Cleveland, they're going to wrap that up. I think if you take Cleveland and Boston in a 7-game series, you'll still pick Boston, but don't sleep on the Cavs, man. Like, the Cavs, they deserve their respect. Donovan Mitchell's playing terrific. Darius Garland's one of the best guards in the NBA. Like, his ball handling, his quickness, it's a lot like Kyrie. Like, he's not quite the finisher that Kyrie is, but it's pretty close. And Kyrie might have a couple of inches on him height-wise, but Darius Garland's unbelievable. Evan Mobley has taken another step this year. That guy's a 7-footer. He has a lot of Kevin Garnett in him. He just isn't as polished offensively as KG, but he's still a really improved offensive player. Also, KG being flat out a nut job. What made him good too. Evan Mobley is way more conservative and quiet and to himself. And then Jared Allen, Texas alum, that guy blocks shots, great pick and roller, tough. He's kind of the anchor of the defense. They got something seriously cooking in the land right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cleveland beat Boston, but it just seems like Boston knows this regular season doesn't matter. Let's do enough to make the playoffs. And then once April and May comes around and it's time to really strap it up, they're going to turn on another gear, a lot like what we saw last year.
Guess how much money Jared Allen has made in the league? Old St. Stephen's.
He's had
alum.
2 big contracts, I feel like. So I say like around 250.
Ooh, not yet.
Not yet.
He's at 90 million, but he's got a lot of money coming. So he's at 90.
He got another contract. Maybe I'm wrong.
So he signed a 3-year, $90.7 million contract. And wow, and it's all guaranteed with an average salary of $30.2 million. So,
I mean, the way he looks like a 70s player. It seems like he's been in the league forever. So, yeah.
So he didn't make much with the Nets, and then he got paid. He made $29.8 million in 21. His base pay was $20 million, but I guess there's some bonuses in there. So he made $20 million a year from 21 to 24, and now he's making some dough because his new deal is for this year, 26, 27, 27, 28 through 29. And then he's an unrestricted free agent. So, he's doing good. And Shaka went 11-22 with that fool.
Oh my gosh, man.
Come on, Shaka.
Joke.
Come on.
I remember during his recruiting process, it was between Texas and Stanford. And Jared Allen coming from St. Stephen's, he wanted to go to a place that has good academic history like a Texas and Stanford. And I was like, fool, you only going to be here for 6 months. You ain't fooling nobody. I don't think he realized his upside until somebody probably told him like, bruh, you have a chance to be a lottery pick. Like, do you understand how good you can be? And I remember seeing him at St. Stephen's, and I was like, man, this guy's good, but he's at St. Stephen's. He's playing taps. Like, it's not Oak Hill. Like, St. Stephen's, again, good school, but it's not like Oak Hill or Mount Verde or where Trey Johnson just came from. Like, it's not one of those. But, man, the dude, he's played himself into a very, very positive career in the association. Somebody on the Kona text line said, tough Jared Allen, soft like Charmin. I put money on Buddy, and he want to go out with a finger injury. You got hands like that, the fingers, they're going to get caught up sometimes. It happens. It happens, man. Those big oven mitts, like, finger goes the wrong way, you could break it easily.
Chris Clack, still the best hooper out of the city of Austin all time?
100%. Yes, absolutely. Like, God, find me someone else. Like, Ray Jackson's up there too. Your boy Ray Jackson, Fab Five. He's up there too for his time at LBJ, but Ray wasn't a McDonald's All-American. Ray wasn't going toe-to-toe in the McDonald's All-American dunk contest with Vince Carter. You kidding me? Like, there's others too. Chris Mim, you could put in there. Hell, even Greg Brown was really good at Vandergrift. They should have went farther in the tournament, but I don't know where Greg Brown is, by the way.
I was gonna say,
I don't know where Greg is.
Where's Greg Brown?
I don't know.
Greg Brown III.
Greg Brown III. Yeah. I mean, Wikipedia always knows. They're always right. He's playing for the Mexico City G-League team.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, man.
I thought he should have stayed another year. I mean, Shaka gets fired, so he was a part of that team that was a 3 seed and lost to Abilene Christian when Shaka had Jericho Sims, Kai Jones, and Greg Brown starting and couldn't beat Abilene Christian. Like, good grief, man.
Ay.
Like, Shaka had to go. He had to go.
The guy who was coaching Abilene Christians now at Tech, right?
I think so, yeah.
McCaslin,
yeah.
That dude's
not bad. Not bad.
You think Texas would go raid Tech for another basketball coach? Oh my God.
That'd be cold.
Herbie Hillcut's head would explode. Damn it.
I don't think so.
You took Beard. Leave my guy McCaslin alone. He's a West Texas guy.
Yeah. Speaking of Beard, I got Ole Miss losing first round of the tournament, no matter who they play. Bam. Set it right here, y'all. Right here. I don't care what the matchup is. Write it down, Chip. Write it on one of your little sticky notes. Yeah, write that down. Ole Miss is losing first round of the NCAA tournament, no matter what matchup that is. They're going to get a 5-12 matchup. It's going to be one of those infamous 5-12 matchups where the 12 always comes through. The fact that all this talk about Chris Beard taking the Indiana job, no good. That is a distraction. That's a distraction. I like Ole Miss.
They won it because he spent 10 years under Bob Knight.
Facts. Exactly. So
they feel but Beard's been in the South his whole career. San Angelo, Murray, Seminole Junior College in Oklahoma. He'd hate winter up there.
He could buy a coat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He can afford a coat.
He can afford a coat. Yeah.
He can afford a coat.
Yeah, just a thicker coat. Yeah, I think he'd take that gig in a heartbeat. Like, because you're not in the shadow of Lane Kiffin and the rest of Ole Miss.
Here's what I've heard. He's torn up about the loyalty thing because Ole Miss gave him a shot right out of the gate. Of course, the only question in the interview was, "You still with that woman?"
Yo, you
said
no.
no.
Call her something else. Why you stop?
No, I wasn't. You still with that woman? Who y'all, had a cage match with there in Austin? Nope.
You still with that?
You're hired.
Woman?
You ever gonna get back with that woman?
You ever gonna get back with that?
Nope.
Woman?
You're hired.
Oh,
if you ever get back with her, this contract is null and void. You get nothing.
Yeah.
The Drew, what's her name? Randy True Claus.
Randy, yeah. Well, Randy.
Hey, listen, it's not all her fault. They were both willing. No. He wouldn't break up with her. Everybody told him to anyway.
Hey, man, that undefeated every time.
That's probably the hottest girl he's ever been with.
Don't say that. That's not true. That's not true. He's not attractive. Probably in love.
Oh.
He's probably in love. In love. You fight. People fight all the time. That's probably what Chris was thinking. Like, this is just love.
Tom Penders told me he went out there to observe practice in 2019, the year that they were really good.
Yeah.
And Beard was like, "Yeah, you can stay with me. Just stay with me." And he did. And Randy True never looked at Tom Penders the whole time he was there. And Penders said, "Hey, Chris, you sure I shouldn't go get a hotel or something? I feel like I'm inconveniencing you." And Beard's like, "You're fine." Like, just weird. Everybody knew they shouldn't be. Anyway, okay, that's enough of that. There's our Chris Beard segment. Zay on March 5th, 2025 said Ole Miss losing first round. Book it.
Book it, baby.
By the way, did you see Tennessee whoop the A&M women by 40 today in the SEC tournament?
Oh, man.
Tennessee's getting it going. You like Tennessee.
I do like Tennessee. They be playing that platoon 5 in, 5 out. We stay fresh, full court press the whole game. Kim Caldwell, haven't seen her baby in weeks. We locked in. Just had the baby, barely knows the baby's name. I got to win this championship. The ghost of Pat Summitt looking over her shoulder.
There you go.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love Kim Caldwell, man. I love that woman. That's just true hooper. She is a true hooper. Yes. My wife's over here like, why is she on maternity leave? I'm like, what? No, that's not. No.
We're in season.
We're in season. My wife's like, so it's just a game. I was like, all right, let me go watch this by myself. You staying here. It ain't just a game for Kim Caldwell.
And here's the thing. As long as that baby's getting fed and getting a couple hugs, that baby don't know the difference between, poop and shinola. So
no clue. Exactly. That baby's probably doing better than a lot of babies who are with their mothers 100% of the time. So, yeah, Kim Caldwell, it's on and popping here. Tennessee's scary. They're scary. They got athletes.
Watch out.
All
right, let's get a couple mentions in here, and we'll get to the chip shot and the right call. Hey, listen, I got something for you. If you are thinking about redoing a bathroom, your kitchen, maybe some outdoor space, you're going to be so happy by calling McCall Custom Homes. They're going to come in. Mike McCall, who's been in Austin building custom homes for years, family, owned and operated. They get it. They are all about Austin. And that's who you want coming in and sharing. They want to mix their vision with your vision. You're going to tell them, here's what I was thinking. And then Mike's going to say, hey, how about this? Oh, that's a great idea. But the details, you're going to get exactly what you want. You're going to get it in custom. You're not going to be years later looking at the floorboards and wondering, well, did they use the best possible, materials? No, it's custom. Everything is going to be, perfect, just the way you want it. And it's going to add value to your home. Listen, don't just listen to me. Go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Heck, you can call Mike at 512-633-9580. You can email him at mike@McCallCustomHomes.com. You'll be glad you did. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And for my guys out there, I'm telling you, if you're snoring, you got to get to this Sleep Cycle Center. Not only because the person next to you is going to thank you, but you need to make sure that your health is not at risk. Because if you have sleep apnea, it means you're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping, and it can cause serious health issues. Yeah, you're waking up tired every day and you're wondering, why am I so tired? Okay, that's kind of the least of the worries, because you can cut off your oxygen completely. Reggie White, the Pro Bowl defensive end, died from sleep apnea. You don't want that. You want to get all the information. So you go to Sleep Cycle Center. SleepCycleCenter.com is where you go to set up the appointment. They're going to screen you and tell you exactly what's going on. This sleep study is important. Trust me, I've had one. And this is how you find out what your treatment plan is. And you mentioned that you heard about Sleep Cycle Center from Texas Sports Unfiltered. They're going to give you $100 off the sleep study or a weight loss program. They're located in the Arboretum and in Lakeway. Don't delay, guys. This is one where don't mess around with your health. Go to SleepCycleCenter.com to set up an appointment, and remember to tell them you heard about them on TSU, baby. Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hey, cover 3. I'm so hungry right now. I'm going to go to cover 3 and get some brick chicken and mac and cheese because it is so good. Like if you have not had the brick chicken and mac and cheese at cover 3, one of those, once you have it, you'll think about it and you'll be like, yeah, I got to go have that again. Same with the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Order off the menu and get the buffalo chicken sliders. Amazing. Parmesan fries. The drinks. How about brunch for the weekend? Do it yourself Bloody Mary bar. Come on. Cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock, and cover 2. Cover 3, baby. They got you. And when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go. You know what to do. You go to AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
There you go. All right, Zay. Chip shot today. I was out at Texas baseball last night. A little quick update. Texas baseball. So we learned some stuff last night. First of all, Texas bats are going berserk. They've scored 50 runs in the last 4 games. And these are, Washington, Texas Tech, Illinois, and last night it was A&M Corpus Christi. And look, those dudes put together some good baseball teams. But you had Jason Flores, the talented freshman on the mound, and he went 3 1/3. I think they wanted to push him a little further than that, but he, got into a little bit of not trouble, but he kind of got screwed because there was a drop ball in left field error, would have been the 3rd out, and it ended up allowing 5 runs to score in the top of the 4th inning. So Texas is suddenly down 5-4 at that point. What does Texas do? They come up to the plate and start just mashing like they do all the time. It's kind of crazy. Like as soon as a team hits them, they hit back. And so in the bottom of the 4th, Borba doubles. Well, Schussler walks. Borba doubles. Winfield hits a ground out RBI. Then Galvan walks. And they're stealing and they're moving. And that at that point, the A&M Corpus Christi pitcher walked 4 straight and walked in a run. And then, Adrian Rodriguez reaches on a fielder's choice. That was an RBI. And then Gasparino hits a 3-run homer. 7 runs. That was the answer. And they weren't even done yet because then they added a run in the 5th. They added 2 runs in the 7th. They added another run in the bottom of the 8th. And that was it. They'd hit the 10-run rule. So they win 15-5 in 8 innings. Run rule. And Rylan Galvan hit 2 2-run home runs. I mean, this team
Ninth hitter.
as the nine hitter. Gasparino, that dude has such a electric bat. It's ridiculous. And Ethan Mendoza's on fire.
Yeah.
Galvan has 4 home runs in the last 5 games. Mendoza has 4 home runs in the last 6 games. Mendoza is a beast. The very first at bat for Texas in the game, Mendoza gets it up in the air. That wind was blowing out. It probably wouldn't have gotten out, but the wind took it out. Home run. First at bat. So here's the stuff though. Their fielding is not great. It's not. It's down to 961. They've got 16 errors in 11 games. That's not good. But I asked Schloss about it afterward because obviously that dropped ball in left field led to 5 runs scoring. Whoops. And Schloss replaced Easton Winfield with Tommy Farmer the very next inning. But Schloss said, look, you got to look where the errors are coming from. And Adrian Rodriguez has 5 errors. He's getting used to playing third base. They call it the hot corner for a reason. It's super difficult. You know, shortstop gets to play deep and have range. Third base, you're up tight to the bag a lot of times. But he's like, look at Rylan Galvan. He's amazing. Gasparino in center field. Ballou in right field. You're not going to find any better. Ethan Mendoza at second. Jalen Flores at short. Those guys are all killing it. We got some young players who made some errors. Easton Winfield's a transfer from ULM. So he said, do we have to be better? Yes. But at the key spots, we're not making errors at the key spots. So, and Dylan Volantis, the freshman, 6'6" lefty, throws the ball from the sky. Like his motion is so high and he's 6'6". You know, Rylan Galvan was saying as a hitter, you just don't see that motion. Like, you know, they'll move arm slots and it's good to have a pitching staff with a bunch of different arm slots, lefties, righties, so that you're like, whoa, you're not getting used to seeing anything. But Dylan Volantis, his release is like really different, unique. And it's his curveball. This dude just loads up the strike zone. So Sunday against Santa Clara, Dylan Volantis, this is a big deal because this could be the dress rehearsal for SEC play. Schloss, always a little hesitant to put a freshman in the starting rotation against the bats of the SEC, but Volantis has been throwing strikes so consistently that he wants to see Volantis handle a start against Santa Clara this weekend. So,
what day?
Sunday.
So
you'll have Spencer Friday, you'll have Luke Harrison Saturday, and then the freshman lefty Dylan Volantis will start on Sunday. I think, everyone's like, what about Max Grubbs? He started last year. I think Schloss loves Max Grubbs as his fireman, his middle reliever who can come in and put out a fire if something gets sideways for the starter. Because Grubbs has shown he's come in with bases loaded. He's come in with, 2 men on base. It doesn't faze him. And the guy's a bulldog. So your middle relief starting to come into picture. You got Max Grubbs. You got Ruger Riojas. And you got, I think they're happy with Grayson Saunier, the Ole Miss transfer. And if you really need him, Jason Flores, your Tuesday starter should be able to give you 1 or 2 innings on the weekend, depending, which day. Some days that's a bullpen for them anyway. So,
right.
You just, So anyway, Texas baseball, 10-1. They've won 10 straight. Offense is ridiculous right now.
Casey Borba has a beautiful swing. Like, he went yard yesterday, and that thing was flat out pretty. I get it. The wind was going crazy. So sometimes you just never know how much power a guy has with the wind the way it was, yesterday. But how do you like him playing that hot corner spot, especially with Adrian Rodriguez, even though he's young, having his struggles?
Yeah, I think you can DH Adrian Rodriguez.
Yeah, he needs to be in the lineup.
Right. So you can DH him and you can play Borba at third. They've had Cole Chamberlain DH because he's a guy they want to keep coming. He has to be the guy after Rylan Galvan and Schloss said last night. There's never been a team, a good team that has a bad catcher. You got to have a great catcher who can manage your staff, help manage your staff, calm them down, all that. It's one of the most important chemistry relationships on a baseball team. So, Schloss sees Cole Chamberlain as a guy that they want to build around. But yeah, he's got options. He's got options right now, and that's good. He's still, we just last night saw Bryce Navarre, the freshman who we've been hearing about from all the other pitchers. He looked good. I think he's got some edge to him. So it's growing in the right direction. These runs won't last in SEC play, but man, it's good to know when another team hits you that you hit right back. The personality of this team is right. They've got the right leadership in there, man. With Ballou and Galvan and Jalen Flores, Will Gasparino, the holdovers, those guys, it means a lot to them, and they're making it mean a lot to the guys like Ethan Mendoza, he's a hired gun. Let's be honest. Now he says he does say though that he liked the Longhorns growing up, and that Schloss was recruiting him to A&M, and he did not like A&M, and he just said it. He's like, I didn't like A&M, so I wasn't going there. So I went to Arizona. Then as soon as Schloss got to Texas, he was like, hey, now I'm good.
Yeah.
So, all right.
It looks like a beach ball for Ethan Mendoza right now. He is absolutely raking. Let's see what happens this Friday when Santa Clara comes into town. Which, are they good before we get to the right call? And
they're okay. Like Texas should handle it, but
never know.
Good days and bad days, but they are. I think they're right above 500. Let me get it for you.
Okay.
It is Santa Clara. They're 7-4. Yeah, they've lost games to UC Davis, lost a game to Cal.
Okay.
So it'll be a good challenge.
All right.
And the Aggies, yes. Chris Bennett. Oh my God. The Aggies are 6-5.
Damn. Come on, Coach. Come on, Coach. All right call time. Before that, though, got to get to these terrific sponsors. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants, and rare plants to just make your house and make it just more fashionable, make it pop, make it stand out, Leaf Landscape Supply is your place to go. 2 amazing locations here in Austin, Texas. If you're up north, hit them up on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit them up off of 290 and Monterey Oaks. Leaf Landscape Supplies, a full-service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier, and it's just a great place to go. So hit up their website at leaflandscapesupply.com to see everything they have to offer. Remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know that you heard from the folks off of Texas Sports Unfiltered, whether it's us on YouTube or the app, Twitter, X, Instagram, Facebook, whatever, wherever you're listening to us, let them know Zay Collier and Texas Sports Unfiltered put you on. You get 10% off of your purchase at Leaf Landscape Supply. That's every time. Every time you go in, 10% off. You go in the same day. Let them know, hey, Zay Collier told me 10% off doesn't matter at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert Bee Cave, family owned and operated automotive dealership here in the ATX that's been doing it for over 100 years. Wife just got back from a little work trip. She took the Buick Encore with her. I know that was absolutely terrific for her. She loves that car. And since Covert Bee Cave sponsor here, your boy got some serious brownie points there. Love Covert Bee Cave. You can too. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. All 7 terrific brands to choose from. And look, get out of that bucket you're in. Check engine light, always on. You're putting so much money into a car that's absolutely done. Why do that to yourself? Why do that to your family? Go to Covert BK so you get a new and pre-owned vehicle. Go to covertbk.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. This story is a little sad, man. It's a little sad. I'm not going to lie, but I got to bring it up because love basketball, love the NBA. Some might think otherwise and, see why viewership is down. And the big question on the NBA right now is who's the face of the league? Luka can't be it because he's European. Jokic can't be it because he's European. Who's the face of the league? Jason Tatum's too lame to some people. A lot of people say it should be Anthony Edwards. And I love Anthony Edwards. I do. Has a ton of fire, plays his ass off, super Atlanta. Like, that dude couldn't be more Atlanta. I think his PR team needs to help him a little bit more because he says some things that gets him fined a lot that you gotta chill on. But
what does Atlanta mean?
We've been to Atlanta a few times. Atlanta it's different. Home of Magic City. It's where I'm getting. It's different. Atlanta's different. Let's just say that. The folks in Atlanta, different.
Okay.
But Ant Edwards has a lot of growing up to do. Apparently, Chip, he has a 4-month-old daughter to an Instagram model. And it just came out that he wants nothing to do with the baby. No custody, no visitation. He's just going to pay the mom off, live his life while his kid grows up without a father. I don't agree with this one bit. This is foul. Anthony Edwards, you might not have the relationship with the baby mom that you want. Y'all might not see eye to eye, but don't take this out on the kid at all. Like, you could be man enough just to be in this kid's life. And again, Anthony Edwards, 23, 24 years old. He's basically a kid himself, but he's man enough to make the kid. So he needs to be man enough to take responsibility and be in that kid's life. Money's not enough. If he thinks in his mind money's enough, if she's trying to exploit him, the baby mom, that, she needs more than what the baby is worth because she needs to buy herself a Birkin bag and get her nails done and make sure her weave is tight and stuff. Okay, that's one thing. Don't take it out on the kid. I did not like this when I heard about it this week coming out. I hope there's somebody that's a veteran or somebody that Anthony Edwards can look up to where they could tell him, you might be upset now, but you're going to get over that. You're going to want to be in this kid's life. Anthony Edwards has a few baby mamas now, but the baby mama that he is with in the relationship, they have a kid together, clearly, just call her baby mama. Yeah, you were wilding, Anthony, because this is your woman, and now you got a kid with another woman. You were wilding. Don't take it out on the kid. Don't do it. Man up. Be there for your daughter. be there to see her grow up. And hey, next time, put the Jimmy hat on if you don't want it. But hey, it's here. You got everything, all the means and resources to take care of it. Anthony Edwards, do the right thing and be in that child's life.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm afraid of how often this is the case.
Yeah.
People with money just trying to be like, here.
Here. That sounds awful. But it
is awful.
It's awful. Like,
I can't imagine.
Like, come on.
You know, I'm a dad. My kids are the best things that ever happened to me. And I'm divorced from their mom. And those kids are everything.
Yeah.
So, and it just gets better.
Yeah, before we bring on the guys from Open Gym, Wag's going to be with Patrick today. But
go.
Jalen Rose, his dad was Jimmy Walker, former NBA player. Jimmy Walker did him like that. Jalen Rose, all of his energy on becoming a pro was because of Jimmy Walker neglecting him as a child. Jalen Rose still to this day doesn't talk about Jimmy Walker because he wasn't there for his mom and the life that he had. Not all stories are like that, but yeah, it's sad. And I hope Ant Edwards, you want to know why he's not the face of the league? Things like that. Things like that. Be better.
Right. Be better. All right, let's bring in the fellas. What's up, fellas?
Go, man. Yeah, Anthony Edwards, every single time they're like, hey, man, we're going to on a platter. Here you go. Even though you're in Minnesota, he really, really shows he doesn't want it. And you never know all the full story of it, but it's never good. Even if there's other things, it's never good. You know, maybe he got caught up and got tricked into it somehow or something like that. Sometimes that happens. You ever heard the story of
he just slipped in it. He just slipped in it, Patrick.
No. There's a guy.
It's an Instagram model, dude. Like,
there's a story of a guy he used to carry around hot sauce, and he carried around hot sauce because after he would be done, he would go in the bathroom. And one time he goes in the bathroom, takes off, prophylactic, and then the girl goes in the bathroom, and he hears her screaming, and it's because he would put hot sauce in it afterwards. So because she was trying to go in and take the babies out,
turkey baster.
She was trying to turkey baste herself in the bathroom afterwards, and he put hot sauce in it.
Is this real? Is this real?
This is real. This is a guy.
I've heard something like this.
Yes, this is so. It can get crazy out there. I have no idea. I have no idea who the person is or any of that. But I know I've heard that story from somebody before. That's guys back in the day.
Like, I've seen some shit on Blue Mountain State, but I mean, come on, dude.
I'm just telling you, that's real. It's real. Hey, if you spend any time on the road doing anything, people be crazy. Yeah, things will happen, and it is a weird one. It's a weird world out there. So I won't say I know everything, but it's still at the end of the day, if it's yours, you don't want to. You're yours, and you're a millionaire. You probably don't want to be like, here's some money, go away. That's never a good look.
And let me tell you, the smartest guy when it comes to not having kids, Kevin Durant. I could tell you stories, but I can't tell you stories.
Well, hold stop. All right, so we're gonna meet up for drinks. All right, we're gonna hear the stories off the camera.
Yeah, I gotta hear these stories too.
Give me a half chub like that.
KD is the man. KD's the man.
Well, I think we're gonna be talking about KD a little bit today too. So
yeah, we'll get some KD talk today.
Hey, PD, you need to go easy on Durantula.
I love Durant. He's one of my favorite players to ever watch. He just has some issues, but he loved Durant.
I mean, he's a little, he listens too much to what people say. But other than that, come on.
Exactly.
What's up with Ant, guys? So Ant actually reached. So was Ant with his girl now that he has a kid with, and then reached out to the Instagram model and had a baby with her, and then it's just like, I don't want nothing to do with you. Is that how it went down?
Basically.
Holy shit.
Hey, Wags, I'll just tell you, when you're on the road, 100 days out of the year, things happen. It's
and if
crazy.
you've ever been in a hotel with an NBA team, the lobby looks like a Miss America pageant.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, on the road.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right.
Sure.
Hey, it's
Max,
not approved
Patrick.
of, but it's true. I appreciate you guys. Great show
Yeah.
again today. I always appreciate following you guys. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Coming on the show today, in Open Gym, we like to keep the door open. Everybody can join. That includes you guys in the chat on the text line. If you want to join the conversation, have something you want to talk about, we'll go into it. But very happy to have my brother that we've not really worked together a ton recently, but my man, got a long history with my man Wags joining me today in Open Gym. Appreciate you coming on, Wags.
Good to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it should be a fun show today. Lots going on. NFL free agency is starting to ramp up a little bit as we go into Monday is the legal tampering period. The funniest term in sports, probably the legal tampering period.
Unless you're
doing
Tom Brady.
it anyway.
And if you're Tom Brady, you can talk to anybody you want. So,
well, I mean, that is true, but the NBA has it. If you're LeBron James, you can talk to anybody you want.
Apparently it wasn't tampering regardless because LA did grant Stafford permission
to talk to other teams. Yeah. No, and I don't think LA, they were like, cool, we're always going to re-sign him. Who cares? Like this was all a play anyway to just try and lower that contract cost a little bit. And then of course the Raiders and Giants saw what we were doing and said, oh, we'll offer him 150 million. We know you're not trading him.
Idiots.
You're not going to be bad for 2 years. You're not set up for it. So we know. And I think in all those trade offers, like we're not giving you the third pick for him either. That's why would we want Matt Stafford for the third pick?
Right. No shit. Yeah.
So all of that was pretty easy. That was all silly, but it was
smoke and mirrors, amigo. Smoke and mirrors.
Hey, players can't tamper. And I know Tom Brady's not a player anymore. He's an owner and an analyst, but he knows everybody, man. It's like LeBron James. He can talk to any player in the league.
He is the mayor of the NFL, dude.
And the best part is LeBron James will come out and then after something happens goes, by the way, I had no idea this was happening. Like, LeBron, we know you talk to everybody. We know you do. Just don't say you didn't know. You knew what it was. Come on.
He's the puppet master himself, man. He's the one that's pulling the strings.
At least KD will admit. KD's like, no, I organized all of this.
I straight up had this shit going down.
Why don't we get into it, Wags, and talk Texas basketball? It's a win, so I want to start off with it. Normally I put it off for a while and don't get into it because they keep losing and keep playing awful basketball.
Can you tell me how you feel about Texas basketball first before we get it? Like as a whole,
yeah.
How do you feel? Where's your heart at with Texas basketball right now before we even get into the game?
It's been an awful season. And like so many accounts. Basically, players play poorly, coaches coach poorly. The general manager and coaches got a bad batch of students. Like they didn't set up a roster correctly. Everything's been going wrong. And then injuries as well. There's been a ton of injuries to important players. And so it's just everything is conspired. And the craziest part is you're still possibly in the tournament. Like that's the craziest part.
You need some miracles to happen, but yeah, you're right.
You don't need miracles to happen. You need to win 3 games. You beat Oklahoma and win 2.
You don't think they need like a beast of a tournament?
No, 2 games. I think 2 games in the tournament. You beat Oklahoma in 2 games. You have a 4-game win streak. That Mississippi State win's big. It's a ranked team on the road. Those are big wins. And I know it's overtime. I know it wasn't the prettiest game in the world.
And you almost gave it away.
But I mean, like, if you keep looking, Texas has not been out of it. They weren't out of it until they lost to Georgia. They were in the tournament in everybody's brackets until they lost to Georgia. It's a difference of, like, North Carolina has been playing great basketball the last couple weeks. And they're still out of the tournament in most because they're in the ACC. In the ACC, you're not getting quad one wins.
The ACC's not the ACC of old.
6-7 games in a row, and they're all nobodies. They're all below 500 teams, and so it's like you can't build a resume that way. So my buddy's a big North Carolina fan. He's like, well, what happens if we win this game? We're in. I go, beat Duke. You got to beat Duke. You beat Duke, you're in.
Yeah, that's
a quad one win. You're beating one of the best teams in the country. It's at home, but you're beating one of the best teams in the country. So you get a win that way. You're in the tournament. You're golden.
I still have concerns even with this. Like I'm never gonna be pissed off at a loss, right? But it's like I had already accepted the fate of us not getting in, right? And I'm already like, okay, is it time to move on to baseball? We ready to talk Longhorn baseball here and make that like the headline?
Oh, hey, I can tell you, last night I flipped on the radio to listen to Craig Way's call, and it was baseball. It was not basketball, and I went, wow, all right. All right, you made your decision on that one.
I feel like everybody has, though, right? Like,
And I don't blame him. I don't blame him for making that decision, but
it's been an emotion. It's like you said, man, it's been an emotional roller coaster. Like you try and get invested with this club. And then for me, it was South Carolina. Like, I mean, and I know like the Georgia loss was the double stack on top of the South Carolina loss. But once I saw us give the first victory to South Carolina, I was like, all right, man, like this just isn't a tournament team. So I would love to see I would love to see a dude like Trey Johnson be able to go out and shine in the tournament. And hell, with Mark coming on now, and if you're making him the number 2, let him eat, but here's the thing, right? You gotta have a half court set that can set some screens and get Trayvon Mark open, right? Actually, Mark can get his own shot, but again, like only the ball can only be in either Trey Johnson's hands or Mark's hand at the same time. So
and honestly, I think we saw last night Trey Johnson needs to have the ball in he's your point guard now, because you don't have another point guard. And it's one of the problems you've had.
His handles are strong. I love Pope. I just wish Pope would be more of a facilitator, and he can get his own shot when needed to, but there's just so many mistakes that both he and Larry both make. So I agree with you. I think the best one right now is Trey Johnson, and then you have Mark as the 2.
And I think we saw early in the season, the problem was you couldn't run him with the ball because he was going to try and score the most. And at this point in the season, you're now in a world where they're going to double team you every time.
Right.
Cool. Put the ball in his hands. Let him try and double team off a guy in like dribbling up the court. If they do, 2 easy points. You should be able to score that. Now, granted, I will say one of the hardest things to watch this Texas basketball team, and this is college basketball in general, but hardest things to watch in this team, if Texas hit their layups this season, they're like a 5 seed in the tournament. It is astronomical how much different this team would be if they hit bunnies. Because we win by 10 in regulation last night, easily, if we hit all our little bunnies. Because they'll hit them and they'll miss 3 in a row. It's crazy.
Dude, I keep saying this all the time. Like, the only reason why we're even in contention for rebounds is because we're catching our offensive misses, right? And then we can't even get the putbacks. So it's just like, what the fuck?
No, it's crazy. It's like things like that are, as much as you can get on, it's coaching and everything else. Like, you can't, this is not a thing you can spend all day, every day going, let's run mic and drill for an hour and a half. And let's run contested. There's a certain part of it where you go, yeah, we're going to do that. But you guys are playing D1 levels. You're juniors and seniors. These are supposed to be bunnies. Also, dunk the freaking ball. I don't know why that stopped going out. I get it hurt your hands after a while. I get some guys don't have big enough hands to do it easily, but dunk the ball. Just go up and go hard, because if you miss a dunk, you'll normally get the foul call. But if you miss a layup, you won't. But if you go up hard for a dunk and a guy hits your arm and the ball flies off, you'll normally get that call. So go up with power and try and dunk every time. Go through contact and try and dunk instead of trying to hit these little bunnies that are like, you're throwing bunnies up above the rim. Just dunk the ball.
No, I'm with you, man. There's also there's other things that concern me too. It's the fact that it's a stagnant offense. You're only getting, one look, right? If you're the opposition, you're only seeing like isolation basketball. You know who your scorers are going to be. And then hell, after seeing last night, press the Longhorns. You want to see the Longhorns flail, give them a prep, put them in press, put them in 100.
Yeah, I'm at this point. Julian Larry can't play like anymore. I get he plays defense, but it was bad enough.
Mentally not there, PD.
No, he's a step slow. He just can't play D1 Power 4 basketball. He just isn't. He's not fast enough, like mentally, to do it. And he could play defensively a little bit better, but then he also picks up that ridiculous foul. But like the 10-second violation where he stood and
how do you not know that?
I get any other player than the point guard. I'll go, you shouldn't have had the ball right there. Like if Caden Shedrick gets it, I go, dang, that sucks. You should have known. You should have. But you're a center. You're not supposed to really be in this position. Maybe I'll put that more on Terry. Like you need to run some more drills. But if it's your guard and he doesn't realize he's got to get the ball up the court and he's standing with his face where he's not blocked.
He can see the clock. Yeah.
It's not hard. It's 20 seconds. You got to be across in 20 seconds. That one, I literally held at the TV ads. And I'm like, how are you on the court?
Yeah, I scared the dog when that shit happened last night.
That was, how are you on the court? So there was still plenty in that. But then you saw the positives of not the Georgia game, but the Arkansas game and this one. You play defense. You play defense in both those games. And I know it's not great, but you played defense. You held Arkansas to 69 points in regulation. You held Mississippi State, who's a really good offensive team, to 71 points in regulation. You shut down their star player. Completely.
Yeah, but how much of that was just them missing and not having an off night?
No,
and how much of that
you
was
ball denied Hubbard. You'd realize it was a team that had one guy who scores all the points, and you ball denied it. It's what Georgia did to Trey Johnson.
Sure.
Yeah. And so it's like they just said, "Oh, this works." Their entire offense runs through what Hubbard does. So just don't let him get the basketball, and they'll never get into a set. And it basically worked for a while until they went and started running pick and rolls, and they started doubling off pick and rolls. Except they're throwing to guys now who are like, "I was never going to shoot. I'll just pass this ball right away." And it started to come back. You also saw Tremont Mark, as good as he was in that game. That dude does not have a 40-minute motor. He played 29 minutes.
How's he gassed so quick?
He falls out, and I don't know if it's him falling out or if it's effort or what it is. I know he has injuries that he's been dealing with all season long, from his ankle to his shoulder, now his back. I get all of those. He had a great game. By the way, Tremont Mark, I know you're the senior. I know you were hot in that game. You do not take the last second shot when Trey Johnson's on the court. You just don't.
He was feeling himself though, dude. He was feeling himself. I wonder if he knew if he was a high point getter at that point.
I don't know, but it was. You still get the ball to Trey Johnson.
Like, I agree with you. Like, what the hell is
in the game? I get it. I mean, like, he was playing great. You still get the ball.
Unless you're trying, like, my first thought was you're trying to draw the double team and then dish it to Trey. But initially, you're just like, well, why is the ball in your hand and not Trey? So
no, I mean that falls into, you possibly have the best player in that moment in college basketball on your team.
He's the leading scorer in the SEC, man.
Yeah, and people are like, if you want to say give a guy a ball with no offensive set and see what he does, Trey Johnson's the best in the league, and best in college basketball overall.
Is Trey Johnson the best at getting his own shot?
Yes, because that's what he does. Like he's
that's what he. Yeah, that's essentially that's what he has to do. Yeah,
and so like there's other things he has problems with. He's not as good at, like, Steph Curry is the best at a play run for him that he gets open and gets a shot. Trey Johnson's not good at that. Trey Johnson immediately runs and stops every time he gets double teamed. You're like, you have to run through those. You have to keep moving, because as soon as you stop, they reset.
Sure.
And once they reset, everything you did for the last 8 seconds is completely eradicated because you stopped. And now you're looking at what you want to do.
Right,
so there's
slow to catch up. Yep.
And so there's those pieces in it that you kept seeing with Texas basketball. It's been all season, but you saw the defense is starting to figure it out a little bit more. If they ever get Kendall Weaver back, which we thought we was getting back 2 weeks ago, if he ever comes back, that gives you another big spark plug and another huge defensive piece, where you were supposed to. This defense is built on, we don't have a rim protector, but we have two of the best perimeter defenders in Tremont Mark and Kendall Weaver.
And that's just if Weaver does come back, you will see less of Larry, and we won't be put in situations to turn the ball over or give the opposition an extra chance. So
yeah, and Kendall Weaver, as much as he's not a shooter, is a better rim attacker than Larry is.
He's got high energy too.
And he's a great offensive rebounder.
Correct.
And what's funny is Julian Larry played pretty well for the beginning of the season, everything else, and Jason Kent, you were just like, I don't know if this Jason Kent guy's going to figure it out. And at some point, Jason Kent is one of the only guys on this roster who said, I don't want to finish my career not in the tournament. So I'm going to go play my butt off every play, and I'm going to go for offensive rebounds. And he figured out what his niche is, and he's killing it. He's an energy guy now. And it's like, you just love what he's doing, and so much fun to watch what he's doing now, which is what you wanted, because his body type you would kill for.
So if Weaver can come back and you have high ball energy like Kent and Weaver on the floor, you have two scorers now that one can get you 20.
I don't believe
consistently, and the other
Mark did this 2 weeks ago and then disappeared again.
Right, but if Mark can stay consistent, right?
Yeah.
You have one that can. That's what I was saying. You got one that can consistently drop 30, and one that can show up and get you 20.
Yeah,
maybe you're right, man. Maybe, and then you got, if Kaluma can stay healthy, I mean, maybe there's a chance, right? Maybe, I mean, for as much shit as I give Cedric, right, for just being almost non-existent at the cup, he is one of the leading blockers in the SEC. So, which
is impressive because he doesn't have the size.
He's slow as shit. So.
And I think we saw too a little bit with, maybe they start to figure this out with Cedric. So you need to rest him more in that first half. And I know they haven't been in a position to rest anybody in the first half because they're getting blown out. But the fact that he got in foul trouble last night, It meant that when everybody else loses a step, now he is at the same speed as everybody else in the second half. And instead of him being there, and like, I get Shedrick has a body that can't hold up through a college basketball season.
He's also not a one, PD.
No.
Like he's not. He shouldn't be out there with the rest of the one.
No, he should be. He should be on this team, but he shouldn't be in. If you should have had another center, and he would have been an awesome backup guy. Like he would have been amazing doing 20, 25 minutes a game as a backup. He would have killed. But I agree. You're in the situation you're in. But I think if you know that and go, we can't play him 30, 35 minutes. I know we don't want to play Zirk and Yema as much, but we have to figure something out. And if it is putting Nick Cody in for 5-6 minutes, even though you don't really want to play him, at least he's energy. And I know he's not going to be great, but at least he's energy you can put in there and kind of change it up from Zirk and Yema and maybe put him a little bit more in that first half and let Shedrick be on speed and healthy in that second half, because he was a different maker. He was a change maker in the second half than he wasn't normally. Normally, he's a little bit slower. He's missing plays. He had a great block at the end that I thought was clean. I get him biased.
Yeah, controversial call for sure.
So he was getting up for it. He was dunking the ball in the second half, which he doesn't do a ton. A lot of it looked like, okay, him sitting for most of that in foul trouble because he picked up those fouls super early kind of helps. So I think Texas has always, Rodney Terry's era has been a figured out late in the season. Now, they should have figured it out 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. I get there's injuries, but okay, 3 weeks ago, you should have figured this out and won some more games, and you be in the tournament and you be ready and roaring to go. I don't know if they're at that point. I think there's still plenty of holes on this team. Like, this is not a team that's going to make a run in the tournament. I know Trey Johnson, but you could make the tournament and you could win a game. And
I still feel like they need to have a run in the SEC tournament to get invited to the big dance, man.
It depends on where their seeding lies, because if you win 2 games and one of them's a quad 1 win again, you had a couple more quad 1 wins. You beat Oklahoma, who's standing in between you in the tournament right now. The tournament wants Trey Johnson to be in it. The tournament wants Texas to be in it.
I agree with you. I agree with you that the tournament does want Trey Johnson in it.
So you have a lot of things that are going for you if you can get there. You got to remember too, Texas is not getting that early bye in the SEC tournament that we're kind of used to getting. Well, we're watching the Wednesday game. We're watching the Tuesday, Wednesday game for Texas, right? We know where we're at the bottom edge. We're watching those early games. So you win those couple, you win an early game, and then if you can get to, if that second round is
can they beat Tennessee?
No. I mean, look, it's basketball. Yes, you can, but I don't think they're
they just beat Mississippi State and Mississippi State. So
yeah, and I just don't think this. I don't think this team is going to be great. I don't think they should have been as bad as they are. That's what's frustrating about this season. Is there's enough talent on this team that you've lost games that there's no business you have losing. Yeah. You have way more talent. You have one of the best players in the country in Trey Johnson. You have no business losing those games. So that's rough. The injuries are an excuse for part of it, but things that are consistently happening, the fact that you can't read a press for 10 minutes is a problem. The fact you can't inbound a ball is a problem. Like things like that should have been figured out, that you're so far behind everybody else right now.
You can't beat a high school press, PD. You can't beat a high school press.
No, and it's because you haven't had to work. You haven't had time to work on it because you're trying to fix everything else. It's like if something's breaking and you're trying to run a computer and then one virus pops up, right, and another. You're like, that computer's just screwed. And it feels like that's where Texas is at.
You're right.
That it's like, look, you just hand it back and go, it's going to be slow forever now. This computer is just slow now. There's nothing I can do.
We got to peel back the onion.
So it is feel like it's at that point for Texas basketball. But when you look at what they did last night, the first half was actually fun to watch. So first time I watched Texas basketball, I thought, oh, this is how you're supposed to play basketball.
Yeah.
We're doing things. And it wasn't great, but it was not painful to watch. And then about halfway through
you sit here and say, when you're watching, you're just like, man, where the hell has this been all damn season?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100% was last night. And you're like, and it is the point where you go, it's not that far off of what they've been. That line between of how bad they've been and how they played last night isn't that far off. It's hitting a couple more shots. It's Trey Johnson, instead of forcing everything, leaning into being a passer and understanding, I get it, I'm leading the scoring and I can't trust anybody else, but I have to. Like, we have to get some other guys involved. I mean, when's the last time we saw
3 or 4
four players
too,
score
right?
double digits in a game? When's the last time we saw 4 players score double digits in a game? That's what I'm saying, and that's crazy because most teams you should be able to do that pretty regularly. But Didn't
that happen with Oklahoma or Texas A&M? No, I'm sorry, Kentucky. It happened with Kentucky, I think.
Yeah, it's just there's games where you can do that, and you have more people involved, and you get guys around the rim, and you get guys that are playing better. Jason Kent had 9; he was almost in it. Jordan Pope had 9; he was almost in it. You had multiple players scoring and involved in there. Nobody scored 30 points and we won. That's a first all season in the SEC. Like, there were things they did in that were not crazy, but everyone provided a little bit more.
What were team assists for the Longhorns here?
They had 12 assists in the game.
I mean, 12.
No, and what the announcer said last night, which was the most Texas basketball thing I heard all season. Well, Trey Johnson had 10 assists that the Longhorns just hit shots. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm aware of that one. That's kind of been our season. The amount of wide open threes
and layups.
Not everyone's a 3-point shooter. Fine. Guys are going to miss them. The ones that kill me around the basket. But it was something that last night, there were points of that game where you went, okay, this seemed like growth. Now, we'll watch them play against Oklahoma and shit the bed, because that's what they've done all season.
But also, it was a great shooting night for the Longhorns, though, right?
It was, but they were passing the ball, because it wasn't so many contested shots of a guy literally dribbling until there's 4 seconds on the shot clock and throwing some crap up. Because we've seen that all season well, we never got into a set, and Trey Johnson held the ball for a while, and then they double teamed him, and so he kicked it back out.
That's it.
And that's it. And now there's what are you going to run with 7 seconds left? No, whoever caught it is going to try and do something. And that's what we keep seeing. So Trey Johnson being actively thinking, let me facilitate. And if I get my shot, got my shot, but let me think passer. Because I'll always be a shooter. I'll always be a scorer. I'll always know to shoot the ball. But let me think passing first instead of thinking shooting, and then I'm always going to shoot.
If you're the head coach of this team, what's your optimal lineup that you're rolling out? What gives you the most speed and gives you the best shot selection?
So
I guess with length too, right?
Yeah. So if you're running the lineup that is perfect with everyone healthy, you're running Kendall Weaver, Trey Johnson, Tremont Mark, Arthur Kaluma, Caden Shedrick. That's the lineup you're running out. That's your 5-man right there. You have Jason Kent coming off the bench. He's going to give you a little bit. Zarek Onyema comes off the bench for you, which is not, but those are your guys coming off the bench. I play Jason Kent more than I play Onyema too.
I was going to say, if you go small, you bring Kent on the floor and then take Shedrick off?
Yeah. I try and rotate a 3-man of Shedrick, Kaluma, and Kent. I try and run that more. Onyema's got to come in, especially if you're, depending on matchups. Sure. Sometimes you need a body, you got to rent there. I'm running the guards. I'm running Pope in there with Kendall and with Mark. I'm going to run Pope in the circle with those 3, and maybe I'll run Pryor as my 8th guy, running with Trey Johnson, and just someone who can still run the court and be a little bit of a piece. Yeah, a little bit more active. So I really think that there's those pieces in there that you can make that work, where that could be an 8-man. But yeah, I'm keeping Kendall Weaver, Tremont Mark on my court at all times. One of them is on my court at all times. And I'll put Pope in to add a little bit more offense and get him in there.
Who do you feel like has to be the pair with Trey?
I mean, that's the thing, is Trey should be able to play with anybody. And I know, but
I agree with you.
But he has to be on ball. And I mean, you have to trust him with the ball. And I know you don't trust freshmen with the ball, especially taller freshmen, where it's a little bit easier to get inside and foul him. A guy like that who's maybe not going to get all the calls when guys are bumping him and stuff. But neither is Larry and neither is Pope.
Right. And
there's not another guy
dribbling to the cup though, right? Like he can handle the rock, man. I'm sure we've seen some turnovers, right? But he still has that strength going to the cup.
No, and there's a difference too of where your eye line is going to be when you're dribbling up the court versus when you're driving the basket, because to protect it then. You don't always think about protecting it 70 feet away from the basket, but you have to if you're playing against these teams that are going to bum rush you. But yeah, I'm playing those guys. The problem is, you realize this far in the season, you can't play Pope or Julian Larry as much as you like to at a true point guard position, because there's just too many flaws in their game right now.
Right.
And so you can say, okay, well, I'll play Pryor in that cycle with Tremont Mark and Kendall Weaver, and then I'll switch out, and Trey Johnson's going to take 10 minutes a game out. It's 7 minutes a game, and that's Jordan Pope's 7-10 minutes. And if he hits shots, we'll leave him in. We'll figure it out. But maybe you run it that way, that Pope comes in without Trey Johnson. You don't play them together so that he's a little bit more able to do something with the ball. But at this point, you just say, if you can get Kendall Weaver back, that dude's coming back, and I'm not playing a point guard. I'm just done with him. You can't be as bad. You can't say we're going to have all these troubles getting it past the half court. We're going to have all these troubles and that's why I'm playing a true point guard. No,
I think also too, when Weaver does come back and say when Johnson gets blitzed almost every time he comes down the floor and starts running the set, right? Once Weaver does come back, Weaver's going to naturally flash to the damn rock. There's going to be open space, and then that's just going to allow for more points to the basket, or more easy points to the basket, in my opinion. Allow open looks. That's just the big if, though. I'm with you. The Longhorns can be a tournament team if Weaver can get back. That just changes the hypothetical all in general, man.
Oh, of course, because now you're saying we have two real, and if Tremont Mark can continue to play like this, that's a huge if. So Tremont Mark's good. This team is what? When Tremont Mark scores 20 points, we're undefeated, right?
Yeah, it does, because Trey usually gets his regardless, right? So it does depend. Yeah. It goes with either Trayvon Mark. So
if Mark's good, great, we're golden. If he can keep his motor up, and if he cares, and I get that goes back to coaching. I get this. I'm a big RT supporter. That goes back. Can you get your guys up for it? That goes back to scouting, that you should have looked ahead and said, oh, do we get the reports that Tremont Mark maybe has issues with the motor? Maybe he doesn't care as much when he's not touching the ball all the time, and clearly is not a fan of this team being focused around Trey Johnson entirely. And I think which nobody is. No one ever plays basketball and thinks, don't even pass my way. Nobody thinks that way. You could be awful at shooting. You still want to touch the basketball, right? Now there's guys like Jason Kent who realize I shouldn't be on this team.
Right.
And I can go in there and I can play at another level if I do this. Jerome Mark goes, this is my game. I can score 20 a game. You just got to give me the ball. And this guy's taking 25 shots and I'm taking 4. I don't want to be here. So I get those worlds. But yeah, if you can keep his motor up, keep him involved, which is making Trey Johnson a passer, you can watch, and this team could be very much better. But yeah, I hated that it went to overtime. I hated how it finished. It should not have. They completely just crapped the bed at the end of that game.
Still won.
They got the win as opposed to Arkansas. They're growing ever so slowly. It's growing. And now I would love to see what's going to happen with Texas Longhorns Twitter, Longhorns fans, if Ronnie Terry wins a game in the tournament. He makes the tournament and wins a game. It is because nobody wants to keep him.
Let me ask you a question about that. Like, everybody's calling for coach to get fired, right? Like, everybody's saying it's time to move on.
Yeah.
What's the succession? Who's the succession?
That's the point. That's the whole point. And look, CDC knows this. That's why CDC said there's ebbs and flows. He's like, look, I didn't fire, Shaka had a year like this, Rick Barnes had a year, and neither of them got fired on that year. It's usually continued downfalling. So you can say, well, it went down because we were Elite 8 and then we won a game in the tournament. It's like, yeah, but Texas basketball, again, is not going to win a bunch of games. Texas basketball historically doesn't win games in the tournament in back-to-back years all the time. There was a run between TJ Ford and Kevin Durant. Like, in that era, Rick Barnes had it rolling. And since then, it has never been back to it.
What does Texas do in the Big 12 this year?
They're at least a 20-win team. Because there's teams you can beat in the Big 12 this year.
100%. Like, they can beat. Do you think they can beat Kansas?
This year it would have been tough because the matchup. Because Hunter Dickinson could probably have a good game on him.
Yeah, he's a double machine, right?
Well, no, but it's like they don't have a big guy, so there's no one he could probably go off on Shedrick, get him in foul trouble, and then just eat for a while. So there's points where there's certain matchups, but I think they'd still be a 20-win team in the Big 12. Now they wouldn't have as many quad one. They'd have the same amount of quad one wins probably, yeah. But. I mean, I think if they're not hurt, they're a 20-win team. If you say Tremont Mark is working with this team in the offseason, he doesn't have that injury. You have Kendall Weaver all season. And that's not hugely much. They're a 17-win team right now. So it's 3 more wins. I'm not saying they're immensely better, but they're at least 20 wins if you put them in that. So, I don't think they're a terrible, terrible team. I don't think Rodney Terry has done horrible things. Are there better coach than Rodney Terry? Yes. Clearly. Are any of them coming to Texas? I don't know. And that's
what
the
would
question.
it take to get Nate Oates to come to Texas?
If you get Nate Oates, go get Nate Oates.
Right.
I am all for
He
getting
ain't leaving
Oates.
Bama. There ain't no way in hell he's leaving Bama.
So the whole thing with him leaving Bama is he's pissed off because they're not spending money to build facilities and a new arena and all that for Alabama.
He'll get the money here.
Well, and they have the Moody Center too. They have all that stuff here. So they've already got it. He doesn't have to try and get that money for that, but he will get, and his friend with basketball, Texas basketball has been defensive based since Rick Barnes, right? It has been defensive based basketball with scorers involved in it, but defensive based.
High pressure.
Nate Oates plays defense, but he put up 111 on you. And I'd love to see it just because it hasn't been Texas basketball for my adult life. So I would enjoy seeing it if Nate Oates came. I don't think he is, because I think he could wait out for a bigger job. I think he could wait out for, let's see if, do I want to go to a school where basketball is number one? And now everything is centered around me. Do I wait and see if Bill Self, doesn't figure it out? And I think he'll be at Kansas for a while. But if he figures that out, maybe I take the Kansas job and then I'm golden. And, now I get everything I want. So there's questions in it. If
UNC too, right? I'm sure the UNC could open up.
They just extended Hubert Davis though.
Did they? I didn't even see that.
They just extended him like a week ago. They hired a general manager and extended Hubert Davis. So, and look, they're playing well down the stretch. They just had another 30-point win last night. I mean, Virginia Tech's not good, but they had another 30-point win. And at the beginning of the season, they weren't. Those were close games, and they were losing some. So they've gotten a lot better. They really had to change up because they had no big man, and they kept trying to run like they still had Baycott, and they don't. So they had to change some things up over there. But that was, I thought for a while, North Carolina job was going to be open and screw Texas, but that one does not appear to be coming open right now. Let's get into a little mock draft. And I want to get to this question.
Talk there, man.
Yeah, no, I love to talk basketball all day because that's what I played growing up. That's what I covered when I came out of college, or the weeks of college I went. I was covering basketball. Actually, I was covering out of high school, but I did want to get into some football talk with you too, Wags. Appreciate you joining me on Open Gym. Number one, Robert. So on the chat line, because Open Gym is open to you guys on the chat and the text line. He brought up Patrick Wags. I must get this off my chest. Ewers came back to help his draft status, and here we are. And he is a late second-round pick or third rounder. Nothing changed in the eyes of the GMs. I agree with that. That's why he wasn't coming back for another year. It's when everybody said, well, I wonder if Quinn's going to come back. And you go, and Rob Evers put it this way, real simple to me. He goes, was his draft status, did he change his draft status by staying another year? He went, no. And he go, why would he do it again? Why? We know what he is. And yes, he was injured last year. That probably hurt it a little bit. But if he had the season he had, which was still a good season, and they still don't view him as that guy, he still has the same issues that everybody thinks he has. You could have scouted him from, sophomore year. We get what it is. I think he's somewhat helped his draft stock because I think he is more of a day 2 guy. And after a year before, he could have slid into day 3, but that also goes with age. It's like NBA is the worst of it, but the NFL does it too. If you stay another year and you're 23, 24 instead of 21, I'll take the 21-year-old.
Correct.
Because I don't know. Maybe there's still some growth to be had.
Potential, exactly.
And I'll take that toy over the other one. So I get it. And then they also say we don't develop players, but I'll take the 21-year-old.
So let me ask a question. Let me pose something to Naaman here. If say the hypothetical that Quinn did come back, would you have an open camp between Ewers and Manning, or would you say, okay, obviously, I mean, in my opinion, I think the better quarterback is going to be Arch Manning.
Yeah. Would you
have an open quarterback controversy, or would you sit there and say, all right, Ewers, it's your team, still go ahead? And I would love to see what you put in the chat here. But yeah, let's get into that. Let's get into that mock draft there, PD.
No, and that's like, yeah, that's an easy one. You start Arch. That's part of it. Yeah, you don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Because also, how bad is that when Arch wins and you're like, well, Quinn, you didn't transfer in. Sorry. Have fun backing a guy up. And now you're definitely a day 3 pick. But Lance Zierlein had a new mock draft that came out. He's one of the better mock drafters. This is still before free agency starts next week. There's still a lot to happen. Trades haven't happened yet. So, it could still change a lot more before we get there, but they're always fun to see where Texas players are. This is a post-combine mock draft as well that came out. And we can go through the first couple picks. Titans, he has Abdul Carter. I still think the Titans probably trade out of this pick. They started off with the attitude of, we are not going to trade out of this pick. We really think this is valuable, and I don't think they got the amount of calls they thought they were going to get. And so by the combine, it changed to, we have decisions to make. Like, yeah, no, we know you don't think a quarterback's going to fix what you do. Now you need a quarterback. You got to go find somebody, but go get Sam Darnold.
Well, you're not buying the mayonnaise?
No.
No.
Is anybody buying Will Levis?
That mayo all over the place?
Is anyone buying that?
I don't even think the Levis family is buying the mayonnaise.
No, that every time his mom cleaned out a cup of coffee with mayonnaise in it, she was like, this boy, something's wrong with this.
Is this my child? Did it get switched at the hospital?
Who is this child? But yeah, no, we know they got to get, but if you trade out of that pick, you try and get multiple players, multiple picks out of that, and you're able to keep building up. They made that huge change at defensive coordinator last year, and they basically ran out with a couple defensive linemen and all linebackers and safeties. That was what they ran out there with. They were like, I think they had like 3 defensive linemen and linebackers and safeties last year. It was crazy, but that's how they kind of ran that offense or ran that defense. And maybe that was not the best idea. You got to find other pieces on that offense to get it rolling. So
let me ask you a question here. So sportingnews.com reported earlier that the Arizona Cardinals would be willing to trade Kyler Murray in an exchange for a first round draft pick. Now, 1.1 would be a nice little haul for Arizona to get there. But I mean, hell, are they a quarterback away from, finding, I guess, their mojo? And does Kyler Murray fix the scenario in Tennessee?
If you're a team that can draft a quarterback, so if you can get Shador or Cam Ward, do you feel that Kyler Murray is for sure
with 5 years already on the bill, right? Or how many years
already got paid, so you don't get the rookie contract by benefit. You can't build around him really because he's already got his pieces. So you have to change up your entire mentality. Is he really that much better? Or do you want to play, let's take a chance and maybe this guy will be better. I think you take a chance at that. Now, if you want to say Shador and Cam Ward are off the board by 6 and now you're the Raiders and you don't have a choice at quarterback anymore and your choices are try and trade everything for a quarterback, now maybe you do if you're the Raiders because they really, really want one. Now, we know Max Crosby, we'll get into him in a minute, but he said he wants Aaron Rodgers there, which, geez, let's have Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady on the same building. It seems like nothing could go wrong. I love the drama, and Devontae Adams wants to follow Aaron Rodgers, so it seems like that would be a ton of fun to him come back like, hey, guys, I'm back. I love all of that.
Absolutely nuts.
No, and so I love all that, but yeah, this feels like the Titans. And like, yeah, if you're up for, I'm sure if you're Arizona and you go, you know what, I'd love to be cheaper, which is not pay Kyler Murray anymore, get a guy on a rookie contract, give myself a little bit more time, maybe figure out a couple other pieces in the meantime. And then, we'll figure out what we got with Cam Ward or Shador Sanders, but we'll take them over Kyler. I think most teams in that position will take the younger guy because also your fan base, if you're the Titans or you're the Browns or you're the Jets or you're the Raiders, are you really happy? Like, is your fan base, are you selling more season tickets with Kyler Murray or with a rookie?
I think with a rookie. I mean, honestly, with rookie hype, honestly. It depends on that rookie, though, right? It depends on, I think Sanders can draw hype. I don't know if Ward can draw hype. Is that fair?
Yeah. And I mean, I think Ward will draw hype because he has been the guy coming out and saying everyone who didn't draft me is gonna be mad and all this. So I think there's a bit of it that he'll have the hype. I think you can sell that hype. I'll tell you this: if I was making a trade with Arizona and I'm in the Titans, I don't want Kyler Murray. I want the 25th pick, and I want more of that. And I'll go take Jackson Dart at 25.
That's a good little steal right there. That's a good
I'd be much happier with that. I don't want your
Jackson Dart there.
At 25, he could be, and that's you take a risk. But at 25, Jackson Dart may still be there. So depending on where we see where that talk goes, but if I'm trading out that one, I'm okay to trade back to 10 or 11 or 12 and get my quarterback still at Jackson Dart and get another guy in there. I think that's a better pick for them, and you get some more out of it, and you get a quarterback that looked pretty good at the combine. I don't know if he's great, and I don't know if he's going to help you long term. But if
he can run a pro offense.
But if you say I'm able to turn that one into 2 firsts, at least 2 firsts, and if it's a 10th or 13th pick, you may turn into 3 first or first and second and all that. So we can add multiple players to us as we rebuild and still get a quarterback, get the third best quarterback in this draft. I'm much happier with that. I'm much happier with that one. So I think there's a lot of options they're looking at, but that's you also have to play the board. You don't want to trade back to the 12th pick. And then all of a sudden Jackson Dart's going 7th, or that all of a sudden the Raiders say we're taking a quarterback. So we're taking Jackson Dart at 6 if the other 2 guys are gone. And then you're at 10, like, damn it, we screwed ourselves. So I think it'll be interesting. And you maybe could make a trade with the Raiders if they offer enough up for you. They want to get Shedeur Sanders. They want to make him the number one overall pick.
Like that's so the rumor that I hear is that Brady loves Sanders, bro. And if Brady if Brady is in that front office and if he's demanding his way or the highway, he's going to want to move up to go get Sanders. And if that's the case, you're looking at maybe Tennessee, taking a pick or taking some draft lotto there to, from at least Las Vegas. And who knows, maybe Pete Carroll was starting over with Shedeur Sanders instead of a Russell Wilson coming in.
Yeah. And Amar Roberts says there's a big gap between Murray and any rookie quarterback in this draft. There is now, for sure. But that's the thing about a rookie quarterback.
Right.
The gap could be monumental that the quarterback's washed out of the league in 3 years, or the gap could be this guy is now a perennial all-pro, and Kyler Murray's never going to be a perennial all-pro. So it could, that's the whole, you're taking the gamble. But the big piece is you're not using your number 1 pick on a guy who cost you $60 million a year. That's really where you're losing it. Is he's going to cost me 16 million, not 60.
You're also like, and if I'm Arizona, I'm liking Shedeur Sanders because one, you got Marvin Harrison, you got a legit future wide receiver number 1, and the emergence of Trey McBride at the tight end spot too. I mean, that's you find yourself a little bit of a running back there, and you got yourself a nice little young offense, man.
Yeah, I'd be curious too if that's a team that maybe Dion would not be thrilled about sending his son to. That may be one of those teams that you sit and go, it's one of the cheapest ownerships in the league.
Does Arizona got some baggage?
They're just one of the cheapest ownerships in the league. Like that's why they fail that player report card every year. They don't have facilities. They don't have they don't care. It's in Arizona, so it's not a big, a big selling point of where it's at or anything. Right? Yeah, there's just not a lot going for it that is selling it as this is where superstars come to play. They don't get free agents. They don't really go after much. So they're not a bad team, but they're not. It feels like if you go there, you're either going to never win or you're going to leave in free agency. And those are kind of your 2 options. So I get it. As we go down this mock, the Browns take Travis Hunter at 2.
I can see that.
I see it. And again, that's a Dion question. Does he step in or, do they let it? Now, I guarantee you if he goes to Browns, he's playing 100 plays a game because that's what the Browns do. Is try and ruin your career as quickly as possible. They'll stick him out there. No, you got to play every play of the game, Travis.
You're going to play punt returner. You're going to play kick returner. You're even going to kick the damn ball sometimes. We got special plays for you. Hell, man, you're going to run water to the offense too, man.
Yeah. No, the Browns 100% will play him both. Instead of let's cultivate him and get him up there. Hey, if Deshaun Watson doesn't work out this year, it's your fault, Travis. Both sides of the ball. Go get it down. The Giants, they have taken Cam Ward. You're taking the first quarterback off the board at 3 here. I think Cam Ward is a pick before you take Shedeur right now. There's just a lot of question marks with Shedeur and Cam Ward. There's question marks, but I think you take the more mobile quarterback always. in today's game.
If you're the Giants, why wouldn't you take Campbell or another tackle?
Oh, you could, but I think they're so desperate for a quarterback after screwing up the Daniel Jones.
I as a Giants fan, I agree with you.
And
Very
you know,
desperate, but
they're the benefit of Hard Knocks off season. They've got the fun fact that everyone knows they passed on Jaden Daniels and they shouldn't have. And Malik Neighbors is awesome, by the way. But everyone now looks at it and goes, "You turned down Jaden Daniels and kept Daniel. Like, what is wrong with you? What were you thinking?"
yeah.
And so I think that they are that staff feels like, and also it's a position that's hard to get in free agency. And we know the
Agreed.
Giants just sold part of their franchise to get some cash to go play in free agency, get some signing bonuses, try and make some cap space. I think they're willing to buy other players right now. So if you say we just need to get that quarterback and we'll spend a little bit of other money, that's I could feel they fall into that world a little bit more at the Giants right now. We'll go to number 4. They go ahead and take your first.
As a Giants fan, though, Pat, as a Giants fan, I really hope they don't take a quarterback because I just feel like it's just gonna recycle and we're just gonna go through the same shit.
No, it's a thing of like the Texans though. They got C.J. Stroud, and you were like, I don't know if this year's draft has a guy. I don't know if it did in Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. I don't know if there's a guy that we should get. You know, I don't know. And then all of a sudden you're like, what a great decision. I'm so glad you did it.
Hold on, Petey. Sorry, that was my wife. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. At number 4, you have the Patriots, and they take the first offensive tackle, but this is where his airline starts to zag a little bit. They take Mimbao from Missouri, not Will Campbell, not Kelvin Banks. They take the Missouri tackle as the first guy off the board, as the first tackle off the board. That's most people don't have that going that way. Most people have Will Campbell pretty decisively being the first tackle off the board. But
was Lance at the scouting? Was Lance at the Senior Bowl?
I don't know if he was or not.
I'm wondering if there was anything that he saw that kind of moved his tackle.
Well, Will Campbell moved down too because of his measurables, because his arms are too small. Remember, they said instead of saying Kelvin Banks' arms were long enough, they said Will Campbell's arms are too small because they're shorter than Kelvin Banks. Then we get McMillan coming off the board to the Jaguars. The Jaguars going ahead taking a wide receiver there, trying to add to it. I have no idea what the Jaguars are going to do. They got that 15-year-old GM now in Jacksonville. Have you seen his picture?
He's a young looking guy. I don't know if he's 15.
He looks so young. Well, look, I'm 40 now, so now I push everyone. If they're in their 20s, they're in their teens. I grade everybody down just to be safe on, any girl you see. You're like, she's probably 12. Don't even look.
Right.
Oh
my fuck, dude! I was speaking of that. I was in the gym today, man, and it's like during school, so there's not any high scores in there, but still, like even when you're in the gym, you're just like you're just looking down at the floor doing sets. That's all you're doing, man. You just can't even. And I got to tell you, man, there was this girl in here. I mean, she was basically wearing dental floss today, dude. And it's like, bro, the camera, and she's got the camera going on her and everything too. It's just like, hell, man, if you look in your way, you're gonna be a creep. So you got to basically just walk around looking like you're a damn invalid in the gym, trying to figure out where the damn pieces are.
That's one of the things. I started going back to the gym, and I'm like, the amount of accidental eye contact at the gym because everyone's trying not to make eye contact. So you're just constantly darting around a room, and then two people you dart to the same area, and you're like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. It is constant.
And then I don't like it's a co-ed hot tub, so it's just like Jesus Christ.
And I'll get on the treadmill for a while, and I do want to have a sign that was like, I stood here before that girl got on in front of me. I get how I look, but I was here first. She chose to go in front of me. I did not pick this because she was there. I get how it looks, but look at the time on our two.
Right, exactly. I've been here, man. I've been
15.
Look at the damn machine. I've been sweating, damn it.
So yeah, I have to. You just want to put upside like, listen, I'm not trying to be, just trying to work out and not be a creep.
That's it, man.
Not
that's
easy.
It. But doesn't that suck? Like that, like you're just trying to get in your flow, man, and that's in the back of your brain.
Yeah. Also fun. I'm blasting music, so I have no idea what any of the noise that's happening around me is either. So I'm down a sense in this as well. It doesn't end well for anybody, but It was, but it is still pretty. It's you gotta
Sorry,
go
it just my ADHD just kicked in. Random thought.
Let's go. So we get our first wide receiver off to the Jaguars. The Raiders then take Jelon Walker. They don't take Shedeur Sanders here. They go and take the edge out of Georgia. They take Walker in this one. So now Shedeur Sanders starts a slide because
Is Walker the dude that had the 4.5 40?
I think so.
Is that the guy, the edge rusher that ran faster than some wide receivers?
Yeah, it was just crazy. Yeah, it's Georgia. They know how to get them in Georgia.
Yeah.
They know how to find them in Georgia. The Jets take Will Campbell, so he falls all the way to number 7 in this. But they get their offensive tackle. Panthers take Mikael Williams, another edge. He has a lot of edges going early here. Shamar Stewart at 9. And then the Bears take another offensive tackle. So your third offensive tackle is now off as Josh Simmons.
And no Kelvin Banks yet.
Kelvin Banks still not taken. He is and now we've gotten to 10. Now you get to 11 and you say, now 11, another team that would love to have Kelvin Banks, just like the Bears. They take a defensive tackle. They take Mason Graham out of Michigan. I feel like
I like this pick for the Niners to go with their defensive end.
I don't dislike this pick. I think San Francisco picks defensive tackles and defensive linemen very well. I think they'll probably take 2 or 3 in later rounds. It's what they normally do. They don't have to draft one this early. So they may be able to fill another position. I would say if Kelvin Banks is still on the board, they probably take him and get their left tackle of the future.
What about Booker too? With all their misfortunes they've been having at the linebacker position,
you could go there as well. Like I think you could go defense. I feel they've done a pretty good job of putting together defense without using a ton of draft picks on it. And we also know they could go wide receiver here because you just traded Debo, and then Ayuk is apparently on the market.
And so, maybe they like what they saw in Pearsall, though, right? Like,
yeah, well, yeah, but you still need 2 because you're getting rid of 2.
No, and sometimes you need 3, man.
Yeah, and so if you say we've got, we still got George Kittle, and that's nice to have, but we still need to get a couple other guys in there. That's a question for what they could go with. Then we get to number 12, the Dallas Cowboys. Ashton Jeanty on this one. How are you on the Ashton Jeanty pick at 12? I don't hate it, but it also feels like they're not going to do anything right with it. Now, I'll give the Cowboys credit. They've been doing better this offseason. So far, they're on the right trend. So I can't say anything. They haven't done anything really stupid yet. So I'll go with that. Jerry Jones has been talking.
I think they need to be more proactive. I think one of the biggest flaws for the Cowboys, especially in the offseason or in free agent season, is the fact that they're just not proactive and they allow the market to be set before they can set the market. Case in point, Max Crosby, which I'm sure we'll talk about here in a little bit. Yes. But yeah, you had you had a chance to set the market with Micah Parsons, and now you have to match at least what Crosby's getting. But I don't think Jeanty does Jeanty give you 3 wins? No,
no.
You're talking about, I'm always going to go offensive line. You know that,
yeah, and they draft offensive line really well too. Plus, you get Kelvin Banks is still here in this draft. You can take a Kelvin Banks at this point.
Martin. I mean, you kind of knew the writing was on the wall there, but
and I think you're looking too. If Ashton Jeanty fell this far, you might be able to get a pretty decent running back in the second round. And now you cannot let you go the second round and not get somebody. You can't do that. You have to trade up in the second round to go get somebody. But I think you can go get that. And, Marion Hampton will be gone, but there will still be other good running backs available at that point. Maybe you can go get one then, and you feel a little bit better. Re-sign Rico Dowdle, have a rookie running back, and you'll be okay at the running back position next year and keep playing. And maybe you get lucky and that running back in the second round turns out to be great.
You don't think you can get Ollie Gordon in the second round? Or you think he's a day one?
I think Ollie Gordon you can get in the second round easy. Because there's so many question marks about him after last season.
And the Dallas Cowboys love question marks.
Yeah, you probably get Ollie Gordon at your pick. You probably don't have to trade up for him. But he may also be a guy that really benefited from what they were doing a couple years ago, and that was the reason why he wasn't as good, is he's not able to run against with a inferior offensive line, which could be a problem for Dallas, but we'll see. But I like that. I think there's running backs available in round 2. Let's put it that way.
You get an offensive line in round 1 and then dress the running back room. And
would you take Ashton Jeanty and the second round lineman or Kelvin Banks and Ollie Gordon?
I would take Kelvin Banks and Ollie Gordon.
That's what I'm saying.
100%.
I think most people would.
100%.
I think most people would go that route. Going down the draft, we'll skip down a little bit more to Kelvin Banks. He has Kelvin Banks going number 16, and a trade up that the Texans go out and get, I'm assuming, a right tackle until they part ways with Laramie Tunsil. I like.
You're not going to
I'd love
re-sign
have-
Tunsil?
Well, I think if you get Kelvin Banks, you're not paying two guys that could be left tackles, right?
Right.
You're,
I've also heard that Banks might be moving to the interior. Or they could move Banks to the interior.
So they said the interior move was a whole thing because Mel Kiper Jr. Mel Kiper Jr. started this. He is the least informed insider in the history of sports. But Mel Kiper Jr.
He's a Baltimore guy, man. Let's be careful. He knows crap.
He invented the industry. I love mock drafts. He invented it, but he also doesn't have insider pull. Because if you talk to anyone in the industry, they'll be like, no one talks to Mel Kiper. But he kept saying that Kelvin Banks was probably going to measure in about 6'4".
Is Zerline your favorite guy that covers the draft now?
No, I like Jeremiah. I like
like
Daniel Jeremiah a lot. He's probably the one I go with the most, but he hasn't put one out post-combine yet. And Lance Zerline has a pretty good run.
This is Lance's second, right?
Lance's second in his post-combine. So you got to work with that. But yeah, it's but so and here's a big problem I have, and I need to put together this list again. Of the Texans are just god awful at drafting linemen. They've just done terrible things. So I'm like, stop drafting, go sign linemen. Go and sign people. First of all, you need veterans on the interior of that line really, really bad. I saw a thing yesterday that they were going to help let CJ Stroud set more protections. And you're like, who the hell was setting protections last year? We know it's not Tunsil in the end, and that's the only guy who has more than like 2 years experience. So who the hell is setting protections on this team? No wonder we're getting blitzed all game. Because you've got guys who are playing, their rookie season, and they're trying to figure out what's happened on the defensive end. So you're like, hey, there's reasons why it was so bad. Get some veterans in the interior of that D-line, and then you have enough players to figure out the rest of it. But yeah, I think if you do that, you're paying Laramie Tunsil. You're not going to pay him and Kelvin Banks down the line. So you either trade Tunsil off or you move something else. So I don't dislike it because I think Kelvin Banks is going to be the best left tackle in this draft. Again, I'm a biased guy, but I think that he'll be that guy.
Dude, I'm with
play
you,
for
man.
3 seasons.
If you're the Giants, I have no problem with the Giants reaching as far as taking Kelvin Banks at 3, just because because I've seen the product. I know
you watched all of his games.
Right. I know what you're going to get.
Yeah. And so I think it's still a slip. I feel like there's been people putting out misinformation to try and get him to slide. Feel like there's a bit of it where people are trying to, because somebody really, really wants him, whether it's the Bears or 49ers or Cowboys or somebody in that world is trying to put some stuff out there to be like, that Kelvin Banks, I don't know if he can do it. Do you see him at the
I heard he was a bad kid, man. I just heard. Do you got sources? No, I don't need them, but I just heard he was a bad kid. You just heard
he was awful. So I think there's points in that where it could.
Those of you guys just tuning in, we are joking. We are absolutely joking.
No, we're saying somebody's lying about this man. Somebody's lying about him, and to get him to drop so they can go snag him up. And you'll see what team it is, because if he falls to them, they will be doing cartwheels in the draft room when they put that one in, if that works. But you've seen it. Laramie Tunsil was a guy. Laramie Tunsil was a guy like that. The gas mask video.
What has gone wrong with Larry Tunsil since?
Too much. He smokes too much. But that's no. He is.
Is he behind bar? Is he locked up? Is he a detriment to society?
No. The problem with Laramie Tunsil is he kept holding and he kept false starting last year. But that can happen. But that was the point. Is they dropped him anyway, because he was not going to be able to do anything. He's been a all-pro level left tackle for a lot of years. So, this could be that situation. We'll drop down a little bit more to pick 18. Pick 18, he has Matthew Golden going to the Seahawks. This pick makes more sense after the news we've heard today that they could go look for a guy like this. But
and Lockett's gone too, right? Lockett's gone, and now Metcalf wants out too, so...
Yeah, and that was apparently the Seahawks are pretty pissed off that news got leaked today. That they were like, it's okay, it gets leaked, but we're trying to celebrate Tyler Lockett in 10 years he spent here and kind of have that. And then he put out this bad news on the same day. We couldn't even celebrate it. And, but like that's crazy because that was
like, what's up with
I think, anytime you have a coaching change, there's going to be people that are unhappy with where they're being used. And so if your stats drop because you're not getting targets, and so they want to pay you less because you're not getting targets because you don't have the stats, you'll be like, well, then send me somewhere who's going to play me because now I'm going to lose millions of dollars.
Where would Metcalf flourish? I mean, clearly Kansas City, but anybody would there. Where would I mean,
look.
Could you see
They need a running back. They need a running back more than anything. I don't care. The first order of business, if you're the Chargers, is find yourself a running back. Now, I think they'll draft one too, but they need to find themselves a running back because you don't run Jim Harbaugh ball without that. Yeah. I think they spent too much money on wide receivers before. I don't know if they're going to go out and do that again. I think he would do really well there, but I think you're looking at, there's a really weird part happening right now, and it starts, and this is the trend of it. You know how the Jaguars signed Christian Kirk, right? And it set the market off. And all of a sudden it was like wide receivers now make 25 million, 30 million. Like it just escalated so much. Well, Christian Kirk is getting released now. Jaguars are saying today they're letting him go. So that may, I think you're now seeing the trend of some teams being like, we overinvested in wide receiver and it's not working because we don't have all these other pieces. That's how we're doing, but we just followed this trend. And now teams are trying to divest out of wide receiver, like the Seattle Seahawks seem to be. Now they have Jackson Smith and Jigba on that team already. So they have guys there, but I think they're trying to divest out of spending $25-30 million. Sure. Or you have the Bengals who have said that they already franchise tagged T. Higgins. They're still saying they're going to keep him. And then they want to make Jamar Chase the highest paid wide receiver.
Yeah. What's Lance have? See, he has, Matthew Golden going here. I would say this is probably a lock in for Matthew Golden here, and also that they'll probably be looking for more wide receivers, probably to shore up in the offseason. Seattle would, with if in fact Metcalf is looking to get the hell out of there, because I just don't see Smith and Jigba and Golden being your number 1 and 2 right out of the gate, man.
No, but I don't either. But I think that you'll see. But this is also interesting. Golden is his second wide receiver off the board. McMillan he has going 5th to the Panthers, but he has to the Jaguars. But if you say he's now the number 2, he is fighting for that number 1 spot of wide receiver. That if no wide receiver goes in the top 10 picks, I think he falls into that discussion of, okay, what type of wide receiver do we need? Because most of these teams that are going 10 and under already have a number 1. Or, they're looking. So maybe if you want a number 2, Matthew Golden may be a better number 2 for you, in that if you already have the other type of wide receiver.
And dude, and before the combine, if you asked me what type of wide receiver Matthew Golden was, I would tell you, possession wide receiver, sure-handed, strong in the red zone. But now I'm just like, bro, he can get vertical on you. He can blow the doors off him, man. He
4.29, man. Runs it one time and walks away. Did it? Told you. And what's funny is, that was probably his fastest time he ever got.
Ever.
Because he didn't run that second time. He's like, if I run a 4.45 on this second one, I can't do that.
He's like, somebody had fast thumbs. He's like, yeah, sure, we got it.
Well,
it's not even thumbs anymore. It's off of motion, right? It's lasers in motion.
It's off of motion, and he got a faster one on the official than they did the unofficial. So I don't know. I don't know how he ran that fast. That Isaiah Bond and Jaden Blue had to be like, what the hell is happening?
Bro was just like, his like, I don't know, his feet were moving, but his head was still pulling his best Jerry Rice with the wine on the glass. He looked good.
Let's get into, we'll go down a little bit further. Your first DB comes off the board with Will Johnson at pick 21 to the Steelers.
Is it the first DB, or is Hunter going to be the first DB?
And so, I mean, it's an interesting pull here, though, but he just basically says that Will Johnson is going to slide a lot in this draft, that we see the first DB coming off the board for him is Will Johnson at 21, and then Jahdae Barron goes at 23 for him.
Could you see San Francisco taking Will Johnson?
Yeah, I could see him taking Jahdae Barron. I could see them taking a DB, and there's always this part in these mocks too, that once you get into the draft, you're trying to judge when runs go. And so if Will Johnson goes at 5,
the DB run,
all of a sudden, now Jahdae Barron is a top 15 pick. Will Johnson, if no one's drafting DBs, all of them start to slide because now we all got to get our edges, or now we all got to get our linemen, and oh man, we got to reach for a guy, or we trade back and someone trades into that position. Last year we saw it with quarterbacks. That every quarterback went, and they just had to go and push a lot of guys down because of that. So, but yeah, you see the quarterback start to go here. The cornerback start to go in the 20s as Jahdae Barron ends up at the 23rd pick. So all your Texas first round picks go pretty quick there. 16 for Banks, 18 for Golden, and 23 for Jahdae Barron, all sliding in there. Which after that combine too, I don't know if Jahdae Barron's the third one taken. All those guys. Well, I'll say Jahdae Barron and Matthew Golden both raised their draft stock by running just those 40 times on both of them. Where the question was, are they a 4.5 guy? Are they a 4.6 guy? And they both ran under 4.4.
Yeah, I could see Tampa. I could see the Buccaneers taking Barron as well. So
yeah. No, there's a lot of teams that if it goes a little bit earlier, Tampa Bay's at 19, they could go there as well. And then you see a couple more wide receivers go off the board as he keeps going down. But he does not have he has Shedeur Sanders sliding all the way down to 29. That the Browns trade back up and get Shedeur Sanders at 29. I don't see that happening.
Can I ask why Shedeur Sanders is getting the Brady Quinn treatment here?
Why is he sliding down in this? I think
coincidentally he's still staying with the Cleveland Browns, like Brady.
I think I'm guessing Lance Zierlein's going by grade, overall grade a little bit more on this, and he probably has a lower overall grade for Shedeur. And so he says, I think if you're drafting best player available, Shedeur drops. I don't think that happens with quarterbacks, and it may not even be GMs. Owners want quarterbacks. Quarterbacks make teams money. Right. So a great defensive back, great. Cool. We put him on the poster and no one knows who he is. A great tight end, awesome. He's a blocking tight end who goes and catches passes. He'll help our team a ton, but we can't sell this as much. But give me Shedeur Sanders, I can sell that all day long.
I do not see Shedeur Sanders surviving past pick 6.
No, I don't either. I think it's crazy for him to go past the Raiders. I mean, maybe everyone.
If he is on the board and the Raiders are picking Shedeur Sanders. I am willing to bet my I am willing to bet my mortgage.
No, I'll say this too. I could believe Shedeur Sanders is now falling into the let's talk bad about him so he drops category too.
Oh, sure.
Where, Colin Cowherd, he wore his hat backwards. You can't do that. Dude, come on, man.
Dude, it's 2025, my guy.
And Colin, at this point, Colin Cowherd, you have some good takes, but you really, anytime you say something like that, I'm like, this feels like I'm going to see this on a video in 6 years.
Nice cardigan, bro.
Worst takes all time. Nothing will compare to the Ben Simmons take. Ben Simmons take worst all time.
And when Colin says shit like that, I feel like he's just doing it for a hot take. I feel like he's just doing it for a buzz, right? Like, just to get a headline out there, right?
Yeah, because we worked in radio. I had people come in and tell us, you need to say more hot takes so we can put stuff on social media clips. These people work with everybody. That's what people say.
Sure, we got to make an ass out of ourselves. Great, cool.
All right. And so I got to come out and do you know the Ben Simmons clip from Colin Cowherd?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
When he says, LeBron, don't worry, the game's in good hands. It's the funniest clip of all time. And especially because LeBron James has consistently still been the better basketball player.
Jeez.
For like 8 years after this.
He's still doing it too, dude. And bro, like I'm sitting here getting ready to place a decent, healthy bet that the Lakers win the NBA championship. They are 8-2. They're 8-2 in their last 10. The Luka effect is in prime effect now. Dude, I'm feeling it, man. Maybe I'm just prisoner of the moment, PD, but I'm telling you, man, the late show can get it.
I think there's too many teams that can find a weakness and exploit it, and the Celtics are definitely one of them. But depending on who they play against, if they play against a team with a good center inside,
too, bro. Cleveland's good.
Yeah, like Cleveland could beat them. Like I think to guys with big guys are going to cause a huge amount of problems for them. Because we saw one of the reasons the Mavs did well last season is because they got Gafford and Lively, and because the Lakers couldn't really play anybody. But I like Jackson Hayes. He's a nice kid when he played for Texas, but we know he's not consistent, and there's going to be issues in that. And if he gets in foul trouble, like okay. Rui Hachimura, go guard.
He's an athlete. He's an athlete. Yeah. He's above the rim.
So I think there's still weaknesses in that team. they're way better than before because they were not a win-win game when they weren't going to win a series before.
Right.
So it's much better now. I'll also wait to see the injuries before I get you're putting
again,
great place.
maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment, man, but they look really good right now, man.
They do look really, really good right now. They definitely much better. But yeah, I think there's other teams.
Take us back to hoops talk.
Oh, you're good. No, I'm not fully sold on it yet. But I mean, Luke is amazing. He's going to play pissed off. We know what LeBron does.
Best player in the
So
league.
they're a good bet I'd say to make the finals too. So really is a safe bet. But there's a couple teams in these.
Right? You're not a Spurs fan?
No, I'm a Spurs fan.
Oh shit. Okay.
No, so my bad news was different. My bad news was Wimby.
It's bad news basketball for a lot of teams here, man.
But we still could have back-to-back rookie of the years. And then we just need Atlanta to keep losing to get some more ping pong balls and then get Cooper Flagg and win rookie of the year 3 times in a row.
And then it's another 20-year run.
That's all the hope. Just trying to piss off anybody who's not a Spurs fan. You know what? Why don't we play? I didn't play any sponsors yet. So why don't we play a little word from our sponsors real quick? We'll play that. We'll come back, talk a little bit about the NFL news, about the Max Crosby extension, what we've seen happening the past couple of days. I want to get into that with you. We'll talk a little bit about KD and Hard Knocks too. I think that'll be a fun thing to talk about now that we saw that Bill Belichick was trying to pull a coup on the NFL and it didn't work. We'll get into all of that as well. And anything you guys want to talk about in the chat, in the comments, throw that up as well. And we'll try and get to it here on Open Gym. My man Wags joining me today here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3. Dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Back on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, along with my man Wags today. Hanging out.
Yelling at me there.
There you go. It's always nice to get yelled at during a show. Always appreciate you. But you were muted. You're good. No one knows. No one knows what's happening. We go through there. I do want to get into a couple of more topics in the NFL before we move on. But if you guys want to join the conversation, it's open, Jim. So we're open to everybody. Bring it in the chat. Bring it in the text line. Longhorn Bear bringing up about the players, and you never know. Brady, 6th round, Brock, a last incredible career, good career, and going to get paid. Ewers will be fine. And look, I think Ewers is a guy that I'll always say this about Quinn Ewers. He's a guy that I feel could be in the NFL for a long time, even if he's not a starter.
Depends on the spot. Depends on where he goes. Double R and I talk about this a lot, man. I think he would flourish behind Matt Stafford and with Sean McVay's offense too. I feel like he's that type of quarterback with that quick release that he has.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he's a one right away, but again, man, we talk about potential and we talk about growth all the time, right? I think Quinn is a dude that can get it, and we still got to remember even though it says that he's a junior, he's kind of a sophomore. If you think about it, he didn't play his senior year of high school football, man. So a lot of people have a lot more reps than Quinn Ewers does, man. I think it was a big maturity leap for him to come back this year to try and get more reps. He cited the fact that you need about 30 to 35 reps to be, I guess, mentally ready for professional football. And I thought that was a credit to him, man. And he to what you were talking about, he knows what his ceiling is, right? I think everybody knows what his ceiling is now, man. You leave here, you get a chance to fit in with the right team, and who knows, man? Maybe you have a tenure in the NFL as a backup, and then you might get a chance to shine. You might get a chance to lead some team to the promised land. There is a quarterback not even scarcity, PD. There's a quarterback disparity right now, man.
Oh,
and
yeah. There's not 32 good quarterbacks. So you say there's not 32 starting quarterbacks.
Right, correct.
Which is a problem because there's 32 teams. But the reality is, what I always say is he's one of the most coachable quarterbacks. You can put him into a situation. And so if you were talking about a backup quarterback, what you want is you go, I can put this guy in. He's a known winner, and he will do what I tell him to do. And I can coach him up and get him where I need him to be. And that's what you're looking for. Where some of these guys that have so much potential, one of the reasons it doesn't work is they do what they've always done, and they don't try and evolve and follow into the need of the team. Quinn Ewers clearly can do that. So I think even if it doesn't work out one way, he'll be able to stay in the league for a while because of what he does as a coachable player who just goes out and wins.
His psyche is there, right? His cerebral aspect is there to where he's almost he's probably one of the most intelligent quarterbacks coming out right now, right? A pro offense, okay? He knows how to orchestrate a pro offense. My only his arm superiority, clearly. My only downfall with Quinn, or the setback that I have with Quinn, is his escapability and his reluctancy to scramble, right? That if even he doesn't, I don't need Quinn to get me 50 yards a game, but if he, when the pocket collapses, if you can get me 4 or 3 yards maybe instead of taking a sack, that's, dude, you're a starter in my opinion. Like you can play in this game, you can play in this league.
Yeah, and we'll see. Depending on what coach he goes to, very easily,
right?
And look, if he ends up on the Browns, they're going to be like, learn to run. Just telling you, you're a Browns quarterback. Learn
but also
to run.
too, like I think him sitting behind a quarterback like Matt Stafford would develop that game, and he would take his game to leaps and bounds, right?
Now that we know that,
help him unlock his bag a lot more.
Yeah, now that we know Matt Stafford's back on the Rams, I don't think there's a better place for him to be.
Right.
And learn behind a quarterback for a year or two. You're both Dallas boys. You both, you're going to play similar styles. Matt Stafford is one of the best quarterbacks that every quarterback will tell you that's the game film you watch. You get to be with Sean McVay.
And Matt Stafford's a tough son of a bitch. Matt Stafford's probably, in my opinion, he is the toughest quarterback in the damn game right now. How far away is Highland Park from South Carroll?
I have no idea. I'm an Austin guy, so I did not spend time doing Dallas high schools.
I mean, same ballpark, or maybe an hour, if that, I would think.
It can't be too far. But yeah, they at least know the same major pieces. They probably know same players, same coaches, that kind of thing. So there's a little bit more.
Same circles.
Yeah, so there's probably a little bit more to it of, okay, we can bond a little bit easier because we can talk about, this place where we all ate, or, what about this, or when this happened in Dallas. I think there's just a little things that you kind of get along with. And personality-wise, you grew up in the same place. It's usually a little bit easier to get along than someone who's like, no, when I grew up in New York City, and you're like, we're not going to, it's going to be a while.
We're not. Well, I mean, good conversation. Nice try.
Yeah, exactly.
So, it's like that scene in The Office where Jim talks to Pete and like, well, I'm a Red Sox fan, and Jim happened. Funny thing is that John Krasinski is a Red Sox fan.
Yeah,
he's like, well, good talk, Pete. Good talk. You know what I mean? He happens to be a Philly fan, so he's just like, yeah, cool. We're not going to get along. All right, I get it.
Let's get into a little NFL talk because there is things happening. So NFL free agency technically starts Wednesday of next week. So we're a week away from actual free agency when they can sign. The legal tampering period starts at noon on Monday or 11 a.m. our time, I believe. But that'll start on Monday. So we can say, okay, that's when we'll start.
It's already started.
The legal tampering period. The illegal tampering period is happening now. But the legal tampering period will happen then, where that's basically where you can start getting announcements. And it's always funny to see how fast the first announcement comes. Because they're like, well, we started the legal tampering period 3 seconds ago, and so-and-so and so-and-so have agreed on a deal. And you're like, really? That fast?
Well, you guys got this done already, huh?
How did you? And so, and those are the ones that always get, like the Kirk Cousins deal was a big one last year. The Kirk Cousins deal was done so fast. I'm like, clearly you guys had talked.
But like before 2 a.m., right?
Yeah.
It was done before it was on the market before 2 a.m.
Yeah, it was done. And so, but we'll see. The legal tampering period begins on Monday. So now teams are starting to figure out their cap space. And we saw the Raiders make their big move, at least one of their big moves, which was keeping Max Crosby, who has been the spark plug, everything really for this defense for the Raiders. He is one of the best defensive ends in the game, and he's getting paid like a 3-year, $106.5 million extension. Now makes him the highest paid non-quarterback. The Cowboys are in the market. Now, Micah Parsons has said, I don't need to be the highest paid. I don't think that's how it's going to work out. I think he will be the highest paid because that's what you do in the NFL. And normally, agents will say, don't say that thing. You don't need to say it. You can structure your contract in a way that is favorable to the team, but go get paid. Get your money, but you can structure. And we saw the Cowboys also structure some contracts.
20 million's freed up right now. So
no, because they restructured CeeDee Lamb. We got him 20. They restructured Dak today. That got him 36.
I didn't see Dak.
They restructured $56 million in cap. I believe they were 2 over as it was going into it. So now they're at 54. Now there will be other moves where you can make some more space as well. But right now they're 54 million under the cap. The Micah Parsons deal doesn't take effect until a year later. So the contract extension wouldn't actually hurt you this season.
And then they could probably roll somebody over like they did CeeDee Lamb this year too, right?
Yes. So yeah, you can push some guys like that. You can restructure more deals. There's a lot of ways you can still move more cap space. Now, Jerry Jones did say apparently today that he would not define what the Cowboys will do in free agency as aggressive. Will not define it as aggressive, shockingly. He's like, no, we're not going to be super aggressive. We don't want to fill all our voids in free agency. You're like, I get that, but some of them, could you do some of them? Maybe a little bit of them? I think they maybe are opening themselves up for another wide receiver.
This 106 won't stay the highest, right? Like, I mean, Garrett's got to get paid still, right? Yeah. Who else is out there?
Jamar Chase has got to get paid, and he's a wide non-quarterback. So if you go in the non-quarterback, Jamar Chase, who the Bengals said they will make him the highest paid. So Jamar Chase is another one that resets the market for you. So you want to get done before him. You want to get done before a Myles Garrett. You want to get done before everybody else. They also just re-signed Osei Odigizua. They brought him back.
TJ Watt's got to get paid.
TJ Watt's got to get paid. Did you see JJ Watt's not coming back now? Did you hear that whole thing? JJ Watt, apparently, so JJ Watt's a partial owner of a soccer team. And the goalie said, if I don't allow a goal the rest of the season, will you come back and play for the Bengals? We really need you. And at the time, they had given up a number of goals. So he was like, sure. They went 13 games without giving up a goal.
Oh, no way.
13 games. And so it became a thing where JJ's like, oh, man. he's like, I'll do it. And he's like, I haven't even talked to the Bengals, so I don't even know if they want me. But
I'm sure the Bengals would take Jade. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what shape he's in, but.
Yeah, he said he can still play. And then also it was fun because the Bengals fans were then rooting on this team, but they just gave up a goal like yesterday. So it's over now. He said, he tweeted about it and was like, I'm going to go have a meal and a drink now because I don't have to keep trading like this.
No, I didn't see that storyline, man. That's a good storyline.
So, but JJ Watt was tempting it because of partial owner, and it was really fun to watch that. But yeah, you take TJ Watt is going to, like, there's a lot of guys that are out there looking for contracts. DK Metcalf's not going to be in that conversation, but DK Metcalf is going to get paid. And so there's a lot of guys where that
But
is
if you're Jerry and Stephen Jones, like you see these bags that are going to get filled, right? You have to feel like you got to be proactive at one sort, or else if you're at the tail end of this thing, you're going to be paying buku some money, man. Like be proactive now. You know what happened last year, right? When you waited so long to get CD and Dak signed, you ended up paying a big chunk of the bill, which of course you restructured and reorchestrated, but still, man. Get ahead of it, be proactive, and take the dollar while it's cheap right now, man. You set the standard, you set the tone, and let everybody else follow you and up the ante.
Well, and two, you want to know what you're working with as you start free agent negotiations. And when you start to look at all these pieces, and until you pay Micah Parsons, it really makes it difficult to put an actual projection on what you're going to be, because it's not just about what you're paying out. You can say the number is rough and you go, well, we're going to be paying him whatever, it's $40 million a year or something like that. So you can put in there $45 million every year, but that's not your cap hit, because what's your signing bonus going to be? And what are the other pieces of it?
Right.
And so now if he wants a bunch of signing bonus, that knocks your cap number down some. And so you can say, well, can we knock our cap number down a little bit more? And so all those pieces go into Stephen Jones, who is cap boy, and really wants to make sure they don't mess with the cap. You don't want to do it, Stephen Jones says. So it's an interesting piece, but they actually restructured deals earlier than they normally do. They paid a defensive lineman. Now, I do put on this of the Cowboys. You're letting DeMarcus Lawrence go, most likely. You drafted Sam Williams. You drafted Marshawn Nealon. Marshawn Nealon looked really, really good last year. Sam Williams was showing signs of it before his injury. So you figure we're going to have to let him go. We just can't pay him too, because at a certain point, you have to figure out how to make this defensive line be a good run defense.
Right.
Because you're paying now a lot of money for a team that just lets everybody walk right through it. And you're also in a division with
one of the best running backs in the league. So
so if you look at that, if you look at their stats last year, Dallas was third in sacks. So that's why you're keeping Odigizua. That's why you're keeping Micah. That's why you're keeping Marshawn Nealon. That's why you have those guys were going after the quarterback last year. The problem was you were 29th in rush defense. 29th. Don't win a lot by being 29th. Now the Commanders were 30th, so you can win and have a bad run defense, but you don't want to. You want to fix that part.
But that was also after the Commanders just got done a fire sale on their defense the year before too.
Yeah, exactly. And also this is because Mike Zimmer came in and didn't have a good plan for it as well. Because if you look a year before with Dan Quinn and a similar defensive line, I believe they still had Hankins, which was helpful in that they couldn't replace him.
You might be right.
I think they had Hankins a year ago, not last year. So last year or 2 years ago, they were 13th in sacks. So not as dynamic of a pass rushing team, but they were 15th in rushing allowed. So middle of the pack, not going to kill you, not going to be built on it, but not going to kill you. And they revolved around the fact that they had Deron Bland out in that secondary that was able to go out there and that secondary played really, really well. Micah Parsons played well as well. So I think there's pieces in that. I still, by the way, Bags, I'm also a huge proponent of trading Deron Bland. I think Deron Bland's great, but you're not.
Get it while your dollar's up. Get it while the dollar's up now. I'm with you.
You're not going to pay him. You're not, because or trade Trayvon Diggs and pay him and keep Deron Bland. But you're paying one of them a huge amount of money. You've already paid Trayvon Diggs, so you're probably keeping him. But you can get something really, really good for Deron Bland right now. I still got a year
draft capital too, PD.
Yeah. And again, I'm calling Dan Quinn. I know he's in your division, but I'm calling him and be like, hey, you know that guy that you got to Defensive Player of the Year? Like he was in the voting. You want him? How about you give us that first? How about you give us that first round pick there? We'll get 2 firsts this year. Or how about you give us, a second and a third? How about you give us some draft for Deron Bland? How about we get something back for this guy? Because we're losing him in a year anyway. So let's go ahead and try and get him. You can get him. You can re-sign him. You can build out with him as a future as your secondary. But let's go ahead and be a guy. I'm a big proponent of that. It doesn't get talked about enough. He makes almost no money right now because he was a late round pick. Great guy, but I don't think you're going to keep him because you got to pay Micah. You've already paid Dak. You've already paid CD. You've already paid Trayvon. It feels like somebody's going to get the short end of the stick. It's going to be him. But it is interesting to see where you look at this Dallas defense right now and you really look at it and say, I don't trust you to draft a defensive lineman. So you need to go sign a defensive lineman, then come in here. Now, maybe you can go draft a big guy in the middle. I don't think any Cowboys fan wants you to draft a defensive tackle out of Michigan. I feel like people feel that that's not going to work.
Would you not think, you don't think Graham would be a good fit in Dallas?
I don't think anybody wants to see another Michigan defensive lineman in Dallas.
Okay,
I think they've screwed that one up too bad. Mason Graham could be great. I just don't know if they want to see that. He's
I mean, I feel you. I feel you.
They got a bad track record with that one. It's the same way I talk about the Texans. I'm like, just don't draft linemen. Go sign offensive linemen. You suck at drafting them. Don't do it anymore. And so Dallas is good at drafting ends. They're not good at drafting defensive tackles. So don't draft them. It's fine. Move on. You've hit with Sam Williams. You hit with Marshawn Nealon so far. Those seem like good pickups. You can go get a defensive tackle later in the draft, but I wouldn't use a first round pick on it, especially not 12, because I don't know if you're going to get the value back out of it. If you really feel it, go ahead. But I'd go somewhere else and I try and sign somebody. That's where I'd spend some money, because I don't think you have to spend a ton, because you're not getting a pass rushing defensive tackle. That's what's Odigizua. That's what he's there for.
Exactly. You need a run stopper anyways. We already know that.
So go just get a run stopper and pay him, $15 million a year or $10 million a year, whatever it is, and you'll be happy. Much happier than bringing somebody in that you hope is going to be great, but you're also telling him, I don't need you to rush. We just got to stop the run. By the way,
Micah linebacker's great, man. That's it.
And Micah doesn't care about this. And Odigizua doesn't care about this. So you have to stop. You are the only defense we have against the run on the line. I think you can go get a free agent and he'll know a little bit better how to deal with that than sticking a rookie in that position. But then we also saw happening is the wide receivers. We talked about a little bit earlier that the Seahawks let go of Tyler Lockett. You saw Metcalf requested trade. Jaguars releasing Kirk. T. Higgins got tagged. Deebo Samuel got traded to the Commanders. They're open to trading Ayuk. More and more wide receivers are available on the market. Is this a place?
What is going on in San Francisco?
They're so behind the cap right now.
They're just cleaning house. They're just scraping.
I think they've realized that they have to change up what they're doing, because it didn't work last year. And it's like, okay, if these guys are not going to stay healthy, we're not going to stay in that position to be able to consistently score points. We can find defensive linemen like they stock defensive linemen. They just stock them. They make trades for them. They go get them. So they usually have an okay group of defensive linemen. You may have to bring another linebacker. You may have to bring in a couple of guys, but they do pretty good of putting the piecemeal them together. Their defense, again, last year was not very good. They've changed the defensive coordinator again. Shanahan's been pretty good at finding them.
Shaping up to bring in some defense, right?
They could bring in some, but I think they look at it and say, we want to draft offense. We want to spend a lot, and the draft capital, making this offense come back up and get the power back in that, letting Deebo go. I think they like Pearsall a lot, which is why they're doing it. So they say, we only got to hit on one other guy, and then we'll feel much better about ourselves. If we can go out and get one big name wide receiver, we'll feel pretty good about it. And then we got Brock Purdy. We'll pay
for a wide receiver.
Yeah. And there's plenty of guys out there that you can find that if you feel you're trying to fit into a Shanahan offense, I think you feel pretty good about that. So I think that they're going that direction, but it's really interesting to see that after the wide receiver market exploded, that it feels like there's still half the teams in the league are on board with it, and half the teams in the league are maybe moving on from that thought process and thinking we can't afford to put $55 to $60 million, because the devaluing of them by the end of the contract is killing all of us. That we're paying these guys for 4 or 5 years, and they're good for 2.
Right.
And if they're good for 2, or if they're good for 3, they want a new contract immediately.
Exactly.
And they're demanding a trade immediately. So we're not even able to get,
whenever the new market comes out, they're demanding a trade.
And so we're never able to get to the really good part of the contract. I mean, you saw it in Buffalo. Stephon Diggs had that contract, and it was backloaded with no guaranteed money, and he knew he was going to get screwed. So he asked for a trade out of Buffalo, so he goes somewhere and get a contract. The Texans didn't give him a contract, but they gave him an out. They said, we'll just let you go out of the rest of your contract. We don't care. We'll let you go. And now he's a free agent, and he falls into a market where there's a lot of other guys out there. But I'm curious if you're the Cowboys, and we know the Texans, the news came out today, Tank Dell just had another surgery on his knee. The first one was to fix like everything other than the ACL. And then the second surgery was to fix the ACL, because that's how bad that knee got screwed up.
God.
Feel so bad for the guy. But if you're the Texans and you say we went all out last year, now we're down to one guy, so you feel they're in the market that they need to add a wide receiver, and they didn't go for Debo. They were in the sweepstakes, but they didn't offer a trade for him. Maybe they wanted Ayuk more.
Lance has got Banks going to the Texans. Could you? Yeah. I think with what.
Well, he hasn't a trade up. The Texans are actually the 24th pick, so he had him trading up to 16 to go get somebody.
Okay,
but at 24, you can still get a good receiver.
Oh well, I mean, I think Matthew Golden's clearly going. I'm with Lance here. I think Matthew Golden's probably going in the top 15 ahead of.
60, but do you go? Egbuka is still probably available there, and Egbuka is Ohio State kid, along with C.J. Stroud, another one of those connections where you get a guy that played with him a little bit in college and knows him. So if you say Egbuka is available, do you go that route? Is there another guy that's available in that position? Do you wait for the second round and see if you can go snipe somebody like an Isaiah Bond or somebody like that in the second round that you still feel is a really good wide receiver? You may go that route, depending on what's available at that position. If there's a run already, I think you go wide receiver and get your guy. But it's curious because they could draft somebody and sign somebody or trade for somebody. We saw the value for Debo was pretty low because he wants a new deal.
Sure, 5th rounder, yeah, man.
And so you figure the market for DK is around that, which is probably why Seattle doesn't necessarily want to.
Think a 5th rounder for DK?
I mean, if you look at what it is, you probably say it's a 4th rounder, maybe. But I mean, are you giving up a bunch for a guy you got to pay immediately? He wants a new contract. That's why he's not demanding a trade for any other reason than he wants a new contract.
For sure.
And they don't want to give it to him. So you understand you're trading a guy who is basically walking in and wanting to become a top 5 paid wide receiver. So that becomes a problem, is the amount of teams that are now available to pay a guy top 5 money diminishes a lot. Now the Texans have a benefit that Nico's like 12th highest paid because they paid him early.
Yeah.
And again, Jerry Jones, watch what they did with Nico, because they paid Nico way less than his wages should be right now. You're probably going to
like, you got to get ahead of it, man.
And so it's interesting to see what the Texans will do there. And the Cowboys, they don't have a number 2 at all in Dallas.
Well, I was getting ready to think Diggs feels like a nice little pick to go to the Cowboys, right? Put the brothers together.
Yeah.
Put the brothers together. I mean, because you've already mentioned they've already paid Diggs. So Brand will probably be walking. You bring in a free agent as a wide receiver, being the other Diggs brother here, and then my God, now kind of shores up a little bit of your dilemma with the wide receivers, but I mean, it adds another diva. You want to talk? You don't think you had enough diva with CeeDee Lamb? You're going to get all your fill with Diggs here.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I think they're probably going to be more in the market for an Ayuk, which is also a diva, or maybe for a DK Metcalf. They may be in the market for that. I know they probably don't want to pay him, but at the same part, I think they could be in a market. I think that Stephon Diggs, I like it because of the Diggs brothers, but it feels like you're running the same routes if you're Diggs and if you're CeeDee Lamb. Like, I don't know if you put him into
it's the same wide receiver.
So I don't know if
CeeDee's more of a killer in the slot. Like, I think CeeDee can do more, but
so I like it, but it also feels like, and look, it's a Cowboy, so they may say screw it, and we'll just we don't care. We just look at Madden ratings anyway, so we'll go ahead and pick him up.
We just want to sell headlines, man. That's it.
No, and in all reality, most likely they draft a wide receiver in the 4th round and tell everybody that'll work out. That's the more likely scenario, or sign somebody that was good 6 years ago. You got to remember they traded a 4th for a wide receiver already.
Yeah.
So that's their number 2 is Mingo. We all forgot.
Was that Mims?
It was Mingo.
Oh, Ming. That's what I meant. Mingo. Yeah.
Yes. Mingo from the Panthers.
From Carolina, right? Jonathan Mingo.
The guy who could not crack the roster in Carolina. That guy. 4th round pick.
In PD, I tried to dress it up that day to try and make Cowboys fans feel good. I was like, yeah, Ming, strong hands,
Yeah, strong hands. No, it was great. He's strong hands. He's ready to go. It is definitely an interesting pull there for the Cowboys to see what they do at wide receiver, because everyone knows they need one. But, they have so many holes now because of mismanagement over the last couple of years that there's so many places where they need to go. Where the Texans, it's not as bad. They need to fix that O-line. We all know that. But other than that, they got Joe Mixon now. So you say you could get another running back in there maybe. but you don't need to draft one early. You could get another tight end. Like, I'd love to see Gunnar Helmond up there, but I think he's gone before they take a tight end, because they drafted Cade Otton a couple years ago, and that's another Ohio State guy. I'd love to see Gunnar Helmond, see if he could be the replacement for Dalton Schultz going forward. But I don't know if that would happen, but you could get another tight end late. But a lot of the guys you're looking at, the Texans, are late round guys where you're trying to fill that position. So early on, you can take a couple more risks and go after some guys. You may want to go DB, if you're sitting there and, there's still some good DBs, like how Zerline didn't have anybody going until the 20s. Maybe you take a DB at that position at 24 and really shore up with Stingley on the other side. Petrie's in that lineup as well. They were playing pretty well. It'll be interesting to see what they do in the draft, but I'm just curious, this wide receiver market, it's going to be crazy in fantasy football too, with so many guys moving around and always trying to guess at wide receiver who's going to get targets, where it feels like a lot of these teams now are going to have like 2 guys and some teams have nobody. And you're like, well, who are you going to take on? Who's Seattle's top wide receiver?
Right, exactly.
Is it Smith and Jigba? Is he worth anything? Is he really, worth the flyer because he's the guy? But it's Geno, and it'll be an interesting run.
Would the Texans be in the market to trade for Myles Garrett?
No, they're defensive passing, because they still have Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
That's right, they do have. I forgot they do have Hunter.
Now Hunter, I think, wants to get paid again too. So, all that could go into it. But if you say, well, we'll give you Hunter for Garrett, but yeah, I don't know if that they're in that market right now, because of they went out. They definitely needed guys, but they have Will Anderson on one side, and then they went out and got Hunter and picked themselves
I forgot
up.
that they got Hunter. Yeah,
they were 4th in sacks in 2024, right behind the Cowboys. So they had a pretty good pass rush last year, and that's with some injuries on that defensive end position. They'll got to figure out the Azeez Al-Shaair thing, getting him to calm down a little bit. He's good, but he's a problem. And you're like, he's probably going to miss. He's probably going to be suspended for like 2 or 3
games.
Yeah, you're like, he's good for 2 or 3 at least a game or a season. So you just go, it's going to be a problem. And he is the voice of that defense on the field. So you may have to find somebody else in that position to, if you want to draft a linebacker in the early and second round, trade up, or if you trade back out of the first round, something like that, get a really good middle linebacker and try and get somebody that can be the future of wearing the red dot on the defense, talking to the quarterback and talking to the coach. You could find it that way. You know what? We got 13 minutes left. Why don't we hit a couple topics? If anybody wants to join in the chat or the text line, throw anything at us here in the last couple minutes. A lot of fun talking.
This has flown by.
You know what? We haven't talked in a while. We used to do this in the office all the time.
Yeah.
So we used to do this around the hallways. So we're used to it. It's been a lot of fun talking today, but I want to get into a couple other pieces. We'll start with Hard Knocks, since we're talking NFL and the UNC Hard Knocks. You saw they were trying to do the offseason Hard Knocks. No team in the NFL wants to do it, understandably.
Right.
You're like,
especially after that bullshit last year, right?
Yes. Where it's like, hey, you just made us all look like idiots? Cool. A lot of fun. Thanks.
But how do you not, if you're shown, like, how do you not know that the mic is on or the camera's right there? They're not taking B-roll. Like, how do you're mic'd up you're mic'd up.
No, and so I do get, because I've heard this from people who do, like, comedians and stuff who do shows like that, and then they'll air something and they're like, oh, I was joking with the crew. They're like, I was joking with the crew in between takes, because they were like, oh, we're going to reset something. And so I was joking, and then they used that, where I was like, I knew I was mic'd up and everything else, but they literally told me that they weren't filming, or like that they weren't going to use this. But then because it was funny, they used it. But I probably wouldn't have said that, because it comes off like I'm the asshole.
They got natural content. They got better content from it.
Yeah. And so there's some of that where I'm sure the guy's like, oh, let me change a battery. And they're like, there's 6 cameras in you. And they're changing the batteries on one of them. And so the other 3 are pointed at you still. So I think there's things like that I get why nobody, at least if you're doing in-season Hard Knocks, you could say like, oh, the players get something out of it or fame or that.
Sure.
But the off-season when you're like, the players aren't even really here. It's just the staff looking like idiots. Like, we got hit on everything, and no one wants to have that. And you give away too much. I'm sure there's so many points where you have to hide things too.
Oh, yeah.
Where you're like, well, our whiteboard we got to take down. We always have our stuff written on.
You got to put bullshit up,
So they got rid of that. So Bill Belichick, realizing this could be a recruiting tool, because he's like, well, now you're going to see me on recruiting trips. You're going to see me talking to players. So now I got to show them cameras, and I'm this big NFL guy. and it'll be great for everything. He's thinking 2 steps ahead on this one. I know everybody because I know everybody in the NFL, so I'll get the setup. He starts to do it, and then the NFL owners get word of it, and they're like, why are we promoting college football? We own this. We're not promoting it. They're our competition. Like, we get it. They feed us, and we have a symbiotic relationship, but they're our competition as well. So we don't want to give them any more press. So it looks like that has been nixed off the table. Would you have watched a UNC offseason Hard Knocks?
Absolutely. One, just because I would like to see how Bill Belichick's coaching mentality translates to young, impressionable student athletes, if you will.
Yeah.
And I think he would do. I think he's going to do very well coaching college kids. I think he knows how to. I think he knows how to draw that straw or you know, to get every ounce of them. He knows how to galvanize a team, man.
No, and he's a teacher. Like, that's what he always wanted to be, is kind of an educator and a teacher. So it makes sense and all that. I would have enjoyed the clips he would have gotten of his girlfriend trying to get on camera all the time. Like, that would have been a thing. She's like, you know what? I should be a star too.
Annoyed with it too.
And he's like, what are you doing here? Wait, I told you I'll be home later.
Here, Seattle.
I brought you lunch. Just that over and over again.
I said tuna.
No.
I wanted tuna. After Parcells, give me tuna.
No, and this is where I was saying, but that's like, I don't watch any reality television. I can't stand it. And so I never watch Hard Knocks anyway, because I just can't stand that. Like, I will never appreciate the fact of people who are pretending to be real. And they're like, well, I am real and this is supposed to be real, but I know that's not entertaining. So I'm going to pretend to be something else, but I have to pretend to be something that I think that they want me to be in reality, which is not really reality. But if I pretend to do it well enough, I can, and that's what's happening all the time. And you're like, well, just get an actor then and write it.
Right.
You know how television works and we all enjoy it. Just do that.
Adam Sandler or Warren Beatty, right?
Yeah, exactly. But they
have. Wait, it was Burt Reynolds. I'm sorry, it was Burt Reynolds. It wasn't Warren. Warren Beatty played a quarterback in a movie, right? Like Heaven Can Wait or some shit like that.
Oh yeah. I think so. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head. My memory's fried anyway. We're good.
Too many movies.
But so I wasn't gonna watch anyway. I am curious now. I guess it's just not gonna happen because they're like, no NFL teams want to do it, and so they found another solution, and nobody. They're like, well, college can't do it. So the off-season version.
Okay.
So the in-season, I think they can still force somebody to do it, but the off-season version, I guess
they can force. So somebody's obligated.
Every year. No, it's like there are a list of teams that in the country on the contract or whatever it is, that if your team is like finished in this level the last couple of years and you haven't been forced, then Hard Knocks are coming in for the season. Because nobody wants it. Not one team wants Hard Knocks. Nobody wants to be on this program. Like, can you imagine if you were like, hey, I'm doing this really cool thing and I'm going to be with my family and I'll go on vacation and I'll be around and I'll be working on some things and cameras are going to be around me almost 24/7, like doing anything. So when I go to the beach, I have no peace. Or when I go out and I'm in the, and I'm going to the gym to work out. We already talked about the gym earlier. Imagine going to the gym and walking in with a camera crew. And right in your face, and you're trying to focus, and then a guy's like, could you do that again? You're like, you mean another rep or what? Like, no, your face is really good in that one. Do it again. Like, what?
Sorry, I was farting as I was throwing the weight up. I don't know if I can replicate that face.
Yeah, and being like, hey, we really need to get the film of you crushing people's dreams. If you could have that, if we get more film of you going and telling somebody the worst news of their life, like, could you get that?
Can you bring him in? Can you bring him back in real quick? Because the camera was off. Can you break his heart one more time?
Yeah. No, we didn't get. We need another angle on that one. We had poor blocking on that one, so we need another angle if we get that one. Just to let you know, I know his dad's not dead, but could you tell him that? I think it'll really work out for the cameras if we try and push this one on him. It's like every time at every sporting event where they show the person crying on the sideline. I'm like, stop showing 19-year-old kid crying because his team, and they're like, it's like, focus, zoom in on the camera. Oh, I can't stand it. Like, just celebrate the winning. Why do we have to watch a guy crying? Like,
misery loves company. That's why.
It does. I can't stand it. I cannot stand it. But we saw all of that. And then on the other side, we saw KD come out last night.
Yeah.
And KD, they had a big comeback. The Suns were playing the Clippers. It was a rough game for the Suns to start off. They were down by 16 at half. They were down by 23 in the third quarter.
You're gonna be frustrated at that, right? Like, yeah, you're a hooper.
And you're frustrated. But what KD got upset about was the fans booing, the Suns fans booing the Suns team.
I thought he was upset with Bode. With Bode.
So both these things happened last night. Both of these things happened last night. So first, at the post-game press conference, he came out and said, I don't get booing it's your team. It's like, guys, we need it. And it's like, if you don't like it, walk out the door. That's a bigger statement. If it's dead quiet in there, we'll get it. But he's like, I don't get booing the team. It seems like you shouldn't be booing your own team and that. So he got mad at that and then got mad at reporters afterwards because he saw the reports that him and Bud were fighting again, which they do all the time. And Bud fights with all his players.
Sure.
It's kind of Coach Bud's thing. He came from the film room from the Spurs. I'm aware of who Bud is. He was the worst speech ever at Spurs basketball camp when I went, which was so unbelievably boring as a guest speaker. And sure, he knows basketball, but he did this thing where it was eyes and ears. And he goes, when I say eyes, you clap. And when I say ears, you stomp. And you're like, dude, just show me how to hit a layup or something.
Right?
Just something.
That's it, bro. That's it.
Just show me something I don't know. And then he just would come in and he's like, so when you pass a ball, you want to pass the ball. And you're like, yeah, we get this. We're not 12. Let's go. So it was brutal. We're not a fun time with Coach Bud there. So I get that maybe Coach Bud doesn't come across as the most fun guy to play basketball with or get coached by. And so, yeah, the story was that in the game, they start arguing on the sideline. KD goes to walk away. Bud grabs his arm. He pulls his arm away. He walks a couple steps away, and then they start yelling at each other again. Of course, people jump on it because the Suns are god-awful this season. Like, they're hard to watch for a team that's paying a lot of money and has some of the best players in the league on it.
Way to go, Bradley Beal. Way to go.
Oh, Bradley Beal. The Wizards. That team's a killer.
John Wall was the reason that combo worked, man. I'm telling you.
Well, no, but I just say that franchise is a killer. Like, you go there and you kills your love of the game so much.
It's purgatory of the league, man.
Yeah. Well, but it's just like there's no joy in Washington. And then for the Wizards, there's no joy. And so when they leave, they're just a broken player. And they're like, well, you bring the love back of the game. Like, well, no, we're trying to win. And so it's fun to do sometimes, but it's going to be tough. You're like, well, so there was no joy, but it wasn't tough at all. It just didn't matter. Nothing mattered in Washington.
It was already gone. No restoration.
Yeah, the lights out of all the players' eyes when they leave. Well, I'll be curious to see if Kuzma can do anything coming out of it. But I mean, it's not what I would say would be the best.
Done. Kuzma's done. Oh, they're all done. You go to Washington. I'm actually shocked that Zinger had something for Boston. I'm shocked.
Well, yeah, and then it's because Boston's got those PEDs or something that they're giving everybody, just making them play really good. But so KD had those, and so Durant just got into the headlines again. You should be like, oh, what again? They were down 23 and they won. What a comeback!
He sparked the comeback.
Yeah, because he's an amazing player. But I just love that Durant. It's like this is the thing with Durant, is he's this really, really amazing player. He is really focused, loves basketball. Everyone will tell you like that's all he cares about. The fact that he has no clue how the rest of the world works will never be weird to me. He's like, Durant, you get though that most people are going to view things this way and you can't get mad at them for everyone else is on a different page than you. And you act like you guys are so weird for being on this different page. Like, no, you get it. You're acting in a way that is not normal and that's fine. But don't act like it's normal and we're the weirdos for thinking that it's normal.
But isn't that why we love KD, though?
It's great because I think he can do great things as long as he understands, like when he's yelling at Bud or whatever else, that he goes, oh, no, people are going to see that. And afterwards, you just go, oh, we yell. But yeah, man, I yell at everybody because I'm Kevin freaking Durant and I can do whatever I want and I go win basketball games. And we're like, oh, hey, Kevin freaking Durant.
I just don't get it.
He just acts like he doesn't understand why people are like this. Like, man, no, I get it. This is how people are, man. It's 2025. Wags, I had so much fun with you today, man.
Absolutely, dude. We need to do this more often, dude. We need to cut it up more often. It flew by. Absolutely.
Flew by 2 hours there. Appreciate everybody that joined us on the chat on the text line as well. We appreciate you guys joining Open Gym. We'll be back tomorrow with more. My buddy Matt, who is my man Matt, who is recovering still from having tonsil surgery. I believe he'll be back next week. But until then, we'll keep throwing in different people here on Open Gym because, we like to keep it open here on the Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's an open relationship on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Is that the tagline? I feel like we may lose some guys. I don't know.
Make it work, man.
I don't know if Greg Swindell is going to come back if it's an open relationship. He seems like a classier man than that. He's by the way, I talked to him a little bit last night. He did say he thinks Volantis may be our third starter.
Oh, right.
Shout out to that one. We'll talk
baseball talk, man.
We didn't get to it. I'll get to it tomorrow. We'll get into
it.
Yeah, we'll get into a little Texas baseball tomorrow.
Quick before we get out of it, the first time I ever met Zeke, I was wasted at Hornbash 1. And they introduced me to Zeke, and I was just like, no way. Of course, the time that I meet Greg Swindell, I'm absolutely loaded. And Eric Raines pulls me in, and he's like, are you all right? And I said, I'm absolutely fucked up. I don't even know what my name is right now. And then Zeke goes to shake my hand, and I if I remember correctly, I think I fell into Zeke's chest. And he just like hugged me, man. And just like, like at that point I was a sweaty mess. I had nothing but alcohol coming out of me. And that was his first impression of me, man. And since then, I don't know if I've ever been able to shake it.
And if I know Wags, that was like at noon. So
oh yeah. Probably like 1:30, as a matter of fact. Probably like 1:30. So
I love it. I love it. Also, hey, shout out to Eric Raines, man. I keep hoping you're feeling better. I know you went through some stuff. So shout out to Eric Raines as well. We'll be back tomorrow. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here at 4 p.m.